All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Let me know if I sound muffled through this. Would you go ahead and call the roll, Mr. Clerk?
Do you want me to do the invocation first or call the roll?
We should call the roll.
Okay. It's the roll call for the regular council meeting for August 23rd. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5.
Counted for.
The Honorable Natasha Williams, District 6. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, I want to just welcome everyone back to our first in-person meeting in some time. We got a lot to get through, as you can see by this agenda book here, and we might be adding a few more things. And with that, thank you all for coming and wearing your masks. I'll try and keep mine on. And could we go ahead and have that invocation now, please?
Point of order, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Williams.
Per section 13002, we need to add the Pledge of Allegiance back to the agenda under the invocation. That's in the code. We're supposed to be doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
Knock it out. Do you wanna do that first?
It goes according to the code, section 1.3002. The Pledge of Allegiance is the fourth item on the agenda directly after the invocation.
Okay, so can we go ahead and do the invocation now? Thank you.
Yes, tonight's invitation will be provided by Pastor Barbara McKee, Assistant City Chaplain.
Good afternoon, council and citizens of South Fulton. Let us go before our Maker and give our thanksgiving to him. Lord, we come before you humbly this evening, thanking you for all the things you've done for us. First of all, Lord, I just want to stand in and say thank you for protecting our police department, our fire department, our citizens, how you overlook us each and every day. And Lord, we just thank you for encamping angels around and about this city. And I stand in the stead right now for our council, that you give them the strength and the wisdom to lead this city in the best way that they know how. And that we as citizens appreciate their volunteerism, their heart, and their goal. And Lord, we thank you for our city. May we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, will you sound the next item, please?
Next item, Roman numeral 4, adoption of the council agenda.
All right, I will, before I entertain a motion, are there additions to the agenda?
Yes. Yes.
All right, we will just go down the line. Councilwoman Gomes?
Yes, I would like to add a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council recognizing the proliferation of investor-owned housing in the City of South Fulton and urging the Georgia General Assembly to protect communities by passing legislation to regulate corporate ownership of private homes and for other purposes.
Where are you adding that?
To the regular agenda. I don't know what section, somewhere on the agenda.
All right, how about we just add it as item number 55?
Okay.
Next, I heard Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to add number 1, an ordinance by the City of South Fulton creating the Department of Public Affairs, establishing the position of Director of Public Affairs within the Department of Public Affairs, creating the position of Press Secretary within the City Manager's Office, providing job summaries and principal duties and responsibilities of all positions, and for other lawful purposes. This will be a first read. Item number 2, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Administrative Affairs of the City of South Fulton Charter to add Section 4.16, Internal Auditor, and for other lawful purposes. This will be a first read as well. And item number 3, an ordinance to amend Section 1-6009, Departments Generally, for the purpose of modifying the title and responsibilities of the Department of Communications and External Affairs, adding the Department of Public Affairs, and for other lawful purposes. This will be a first read as well.
All right, those are added as items 56 through 58. I don't know if someone has a mic on, or we're just getting a lot of feedback. So maybe if we're not speaking, if we can have our mic off, or it might be our phones. Our phones, maybe you move them away from the mic. Councilwoman Williams, I was informed that you might be adding a permit authorization for Old National Day.
I know that we have had the conversation about it and that we have agreed to work with them once again, but nobody provided me with something to add.
All right, I have, while we're trying to find the source of that. Or the Zion Hill Caravan. And I have, let me just pass them out. I have an application for Old National Day and for the ONMA 5K. Do either of those need a vote of council as a city event?
Mayor, I'm not, what is it you're seeking as it relates to those applications?
We, in our special call meeting last Tuesday, we had to take a vote for the Zion Hill Baptist Caravan. I don't know if to make it a city event, there was a vote authorizing that event. Do we need to do that for any other events? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about, Councilwoman? City Manager Jones?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Zion. Yes, I'm familiar with the council did take a vote on the permit to allow Zion Hill Baptist Church to do their motorcade last Saturday, the 20th.
I'm only asking because Old National Day is going to happen before we have another voting meeting. Do we need to vote on a permit at all? Or is it just automatically approved? I'm confused by this process. Sometimes we vote on permits, sometimes we don't.
What I've been informed is that these special events permits normally are evaluated by CDRA and then they're brought to council to vote on.
Okay, the special events are when they are outside of a park and they're on the street, which is why we had to do it, I think, for Zion Hill, and we may have to do it again for the ONMA 5K because they happen on streets. When they're inside a park, that is a different process that goes not through CDRA, but through our Parks Department.
But either way, Mayor, if it's the will of the council to vote, I mean, it would show they're in favor, not, that wouldn't harm anything.
Right.
So I'm just, if we don't need to vote and it's already a city event, then we're fine. But if we do need to make a vote, we just need to do it tonight. So I'm just trying to get clarity from you about that.
I don't think either myself or Councilman Reeves has an issue with voting if that's what we need to do, because we've already had the conversation, plans have started, I believe it's advertised.
Right.
So, to my understanding, this is We are continuing the event that you had already been doing
Right.
when you were the councilman.
Right.
Had you voted on it before?
We actually did take a vote. We actually did take a vote to make it a city event. It required, we've talked about this over multiple meetings, and there seems to be some confusion between council and staff as to what constitutes a city event and whether or not we have to vote on it to make it a city event. I'm not trying to complicate the process. I just want to make sure, since this is our last meeting before the day, if there's anything that we need to do as a body, that we are in decency and order.
So then let's add that. Let's go ahead and add it. It's
I have
not going to
discussion.
hurt anything. I don't think it hurts anything, will it, to vote?
I
All
have
right, so
discussion.
we will, okay, I got you. Hold on one
Okay,
second.
thank you.
We're going to add that as item number 59 and 60.
Which items are there again, Mayor?
One is the Old National Day permit, and one is the Old National Merchants Association 5K. All right, discussion, go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, and Mayor, just for protocol, how are we gonna move forward with when we want to speak? Because it looks, do you have the queue working? And that seems like we're having some technical difficulties.
We are having many technical difficulties. I have some kind of Wi-Fi
Okay.
here that's not working, but I'm just gonna go by hands right
Okay.
now.
Okay, so my question is, it's improper for us to be voting on a permit, what we voted on for Zion Hill was a permit that went through the process. And so I don't know how we're gonna vote on a permit that didn't go through the CDRA process.
So I actually have both of the permits here, and the Old National Day went through the parks process under Mr. Landrum, and the Old National Merchants Association went through the CDR process through Mr. Hull. If
Oh.
Mr. Hull or, I guess Mr. Maxwell is out as well, but
Okay, so I guess we can just discuss it when we get to vote during
Absolutely.
discussion, because I don't want to belabor. We're just adding it to the agenda, and when we get to that point, we can have discussion.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Gomes and then Ralph.
So are we voting on the permit or the city event? What are we voting on? So that's my question. Are we voting, has the permit, you said it's gone through the process, right? Or it hasn't?
He can't
We
confirm.
we can talk about it in discussion. I'm not clear.
You're not clear? Okay.
I know that the permit applications were submitted. I think the vote is about it being a city event. We
Okay.
don't approve the applications. That's what a department does.
So again, we're voting on it being a city event if we're going to be using city resources. That's my understanding. I'm taking away from it. Okay, thanks.
Yes, we'll have more discussion, but that's my understanding as well. Perhaps we've got some hours before we get to that. So if you want to, it's item 59 and 60 on this agenda. So if you all want to just do some research, the legal department, on our permits and city-approved events process, because this is something,
Hey, Mayor,
this is an issue I've talked about a lot. Go ahead, Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you. I think the ordinance speaks to the size of the event, and I think it crowds over 250 required approval of council. Outside of that, the staff can approve, and so I guess we just need clarification on both of
Yeah,
those
that's what I was
events.
gonna
If
ask.
it meets that standard, then we would have to vote on it. I do recall we've
They
done
are
it in the
both-
past, and I actually had that same question. I don't know if the Ms. Mosley is here. I know we were trying to work through some with the 5K, and it would fall under that same thing. It would occur prior to our next meeting. And so, and maybe they're projecting under 250, so that, I think,
No, they're always over.
I mean, it's the first one, so maybe.
Oh, you're talking about different 5K?
Yes, Fastenal 5K.
Oh, okay.
Mayor?
So
Councilwoman Willis.
I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I don't know if that needs to be added, and we can get that information before we get the last item on the agenda. And it would have to be somebody in permitting that could answer that.
What date, just for clarification, is the Fastenal 5K?
September 10th.
September 10th. Yeah, that isn't before our next meeting.
They mentioned it at our last meeting, but they mentioned the wrong location. They said Wolf Creek, and it's actually on Fulton Industrial.
All right, so we do need to vote on that tonight as well. Okay, September 10th.
Are you finished?
Yeah, so if you could add that,
I did, that's item number 61.
and if we don't, I want to add it, but if we can get the answer and we don't need it by that time, I'm okay. Thank you. Fast and 5K.
Councilwoman Willis.
I guess there's so much confusion because we don't have a park director, but the Yeet Festival is September 17th. And Mayor, I wanted to ask this. With all of these events, would it just to be on the safe side, instead of adding the stuff on the agenda and us trying to vet through it through the council meeting, would it be just more prudent for us to have a special call meeting and add all of these events? And then that way it would give staff the opportunity to, if it hasn't gone through the CDRA process, if it does need police resources, fire resources, just give them an opportunity instead of us sitting here in the wee hours of the evening trying to vet it. Would it be possible for us to just agree on a date just to have a special call meeting to approve these events? Because it seems like it's a lot of stuff hasn't gone through the permitting process. Some of the stuff is going to require a police officer. It's going to require city resources. We have to vet whether or not the event organizers are going to be responsible for paying for security, because we can't subject our officers, just say something is a citywide event so people can get free security. So
I mean, I think we should, I have a couple thoughts. I mean, it's the council's pleasure, whatever they want to do. We already have about 4 or 5 meetings scheduled for the next couple weeks. I don't know if we can maybe tack one on, but in front of there. But I also think if we are not going to, these events are already, some of them are already advertised, some of them are already planned. So all we're voting on is whether or not, as a city-sponsored event, we are going to commit city resources. I think for the benefit of these promoters, they should know tonight, so that they have as much notice as possible, if they're going to have to pay a bill to shut down Old National Highway, shut down Fulton Industrial, or whatever it takes to do a 5K or an event, like that's a very big expense, and we should give them, I think, I would hope that we would give them as much notice as possible. We probably should have voted on these months ago. And I think what we need to get into a habit of doing is at the beginning of each year, setting a calendar of events. We know these events happen every year. And so I think we also need to show some consideration for our staff. Because either way, if the event is happening, the police are going to have to be there. So they need as much notice as possible. And then if the event organizers are going to have to pay for it, they also need as much notice as possible.
Right, and I wasn't finished, but our police officers don't work for free. They don't. And when we have events, I know when I did a Yeet Festival, even though, I mean, they have to pay for police officers.
I mean, we're now getting into the discussion part, and I think we should probably save it for the discussion, but I will say,
I agree.
as a councilman in my entire history with the Old National Merchants Association, they have never paid for their police. So we gotta have equity in all these events. But I think we have enough items on the agenda now. Do we want to vote to approve this agenda as amended?
Mr. Mayor?
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I had one correction. I was notified by staff today for item 19, which is request council approval to enter into an agreement with Street View to provide data and access to paving management. The department provided the name Street View, and the actual contractor is First Step Pavement Management. So I wanted to correct that for the record. Item 19, the contractor should be First Step Pavement Management.
slash Street View, or are we taking Street View off
No,
completely?
no, remove street view
Okay.
and replace with first step pavement management,
Number 19.
number 19.
All right, I will entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman Sebastian. Oh, the
You know,
queue
we
is up.
basically had a 20-minute discussion over one item. This is why I think it's important for me as a council member not to see this agenda, basically when it goes public. I just would reiterate again, you don't have to. It is not saying in our charter that you have to. But if we're going to come here and waste our time and the public's time and having 20-minute discussions over what I consider to be very simple things, I think I would plead that you do. Share that agenda before it's made final and public. That's all I got to say.
All right, so just a point of clarification, the clerk publishes the agenda. We do have a meeting on Tuesday. We met on Tuesday and we locked this agenda on Wednesday. Tonight we've added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items to the agenda, half of which are not exigent and don't need to be added tonight. One of the things that I have asked is that everyone submit all of their agenda items by Monday, the week before, the first and third Monday before the agenda is locked. Many of these items on this agenda, even some that are on this printed agenda, came in from staff and members of council on Thursday and Friday of this week. So if we are not able to get the agendas out because people are still submitting items, the draft of the agenda was ready last Wednesday. But if it is the pleasure of council and other departments to add items Thursday and Friday and Saturday and Sunday, then we're not going to be able to print the agenda before. So I don't put together the agenda. We have a meeting, but the clerk compiles all the items. And as soon, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk, as soon as you have all of the items and all the documents, you send that out to everyone. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll try to do that on Thursday if we have all the items and it's been approved by the mayor to submit the draft agenda.
And so I hear your pleading, and I would respond that for every member of council and every member of the city staff, our intent is to have the agenda meeting for our next work session, which is Tuesday, September 13th. So the first Monday would be Labor Day. I'm asking that everybody by September 6th, I'm sorry, by Friday, September 2nd, every member of council, every member of staff that has an item for the work session agenda, for the city manager's report, for the finance report, or for the attorney's report, that we have all of those items by Friday, September 2nd, so that when we meet on Tuesday, September 6th at 8:30 a.m., Madam City Manager, that we can lock the agenda and then we can get it to council by the 7th and out to the rest of the city by the 8th.
May I follow up, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Clerk, from our retreat, I believe it was the first retreat we had some discussions over this process. And I hate to put you on the spot, but I believe we talked about doing a longer window in which the agenda was supposed to be locked. Not us receiving this agenda on, I think, Friday or Thursday or Friday evening, and basically give us the weekend to study this. I believe we agreed that we will all lock it and get it at least a week in advance, right? And so that's the thing that I really want us to focus on, because regardless of who publishes it, the mayor plays a key role in making sure the agenda gets put together. And so I really hope that we can revisit that process again, because we talked about it during the retreat, and I thought we were working towards that, and it's been, I think, about 6 months now. Thank you.
And I'm just going to respond to your response to say that we did actually move the agenda planning date back 2 days so that we could get it out a week in advance. But again, the problem is, if I set a deadline, if the clerk sets a deadline, if anybody sets a deadline, if the deadline is ignored, as it was at the beginning of this meeting, adding ordinances and resolutions, it doesn't matter what deadline I set if people are going to walk items onto the agenda that are not time sensitive. Dr. Rao, you're next.
I agree. I think we need to start working to the advance notice. If we deal with the work session, we have some parameters that would be policy, and that we move forward to have as much time to read these packets. This one had over 900 pages, and it took the entire weekend to get through.
And thank you, Dr. Rao. Council Member Williams.
Am I on? Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would just like to note for the record, so that it is clear to the public, that the items that of the 3 items that I walked on the agenda, the ordinance for the city auditor was entered into the legislative process on July 12th, well over a month ago. The other 2 items that I walked onto the agenda were entered into the legislative process on August the 12th, which is now 11 days ago. And so in that regard, I would like for the record to reflect that these items were submitted in a timely fashion, have been known that they were in the legislative portal all of this time, and for reasons I will not speculate on, were not included on the agenda as they should have been, given that I met the deadline for my items. Thank you.
All right, so I will just give you a point of information about that. One of the requirements for the items to make it on the agenda is not that they have just been through the legislative process, but we also have an ordinance that requires a financial impact statement. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Clerk, but by Tuesday, we did not have financial impact statements for those items, and all items that we did not have financial impact statements for by the deadline were removed.
Right. As late as this week, I think the finance director was completing the FIT statements.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Willis.
So if the items were missing financial impact statements, that's something for the city manager to follow up on. We don't handle that. The finance director don't report to us. The other thing is, there are 2 items on here that you vetoed that we are diligently, as a council, trying to work to streamline this process, the way we do agendas, the way we do work session and the regular meeting. I submitted through the process, and I have not seen it, and submitted a follow-up email yesterday to the attorney asking, can I amend one of the items that will allow us to make sure we have consensus for people on this council before we put something on a regular agenda. That will help streamline the process, because if it's something that we don't have consensus on, why put it on the agenda and waste the public's time to debate about it, and we waste time to debate about it? We need to caucus more, talk about items more before they move to the regular agenda. I never did get a response, and my stuff is not even on the agenda and even get through the legislative process. So can I have a response on that? What?
I will simply respond and say that.
No, I asked the city attorney, because the legislative process starts with the city attorney.
All right, Mr. City Attorney.
Councilman Willis, I would give you a written response after, but I did receive a request, as mentioned, but I'd have to give you, because that will require some research on the matter that you posed.
I yield, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I would simply state that there was conversation at the beginning of this administration about creating a committee process to get some consensus before items got on the agenda, but that was voted down, and here we are. I will ask, since there are now 61 items on the agenda, if there is consensus by council to remove any of the items for the sake of time, I'll entertain a motion to do that if there are any items that could be removed. Councilwoman Gumbs?
I was just going to go ahead and move that we approve the agenda as amended so we can move on.
Second.
Thank you. All right, so we'll take a roll call vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
The item is approved as amended.
All righty. Approval of, oh, go ahead. Please stay on the next item, sir.
Next item is Roman numeral 5, approval of city council meeting minutes. You have city council regular meeting minutes from May 25th, 2022. City council work session minutes from August 9th, 2022. Alcohol zoning public hearing minutes from August 9th, 2022. And special call meeting minutes from June 14th, 2022, July 11th, 2022, July 22nd, 2022, and August 16th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All right. Hearing none, please call the vote.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams. Those items are approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is Roman numeral 6, listed as number 5, Red Cross Award presentation. Councilmember Gumbs.
Hi, if Ms. Balfour and the Red Cross representative can please come to the front. Would you like for the council to come?
I can't get my daughter with this little chair. With one hand.
Good afternoon. Red Cross has been one of our severe and consistent supporters in the city of South Fulton. Ms. Balfour is here to do a presentation for our employees, and we are here to support. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to Councilmember Gumbs for her longstanding support, and to the entire City Council and Mayor for the partnership that we have. I'm going to make a presentation today, and I hope as residents of the city of South Fulton, you will feel very proud of the folks that serve your community. So I'm going to give you a little bit of background before I get into the presentation. We have a National Life Saving Awards program that recognizes and honors individuals and teams who save or sustain a life using skills learned in a Red Cross training class. This program has a rich history going back to 1911, when an anonymous donor contacted the volunteer leader of the National American Red Cross, wishing to make a donation to recognize first aid work rendered by railway men. Today, that program has evolved into 3 different awards: the Certificate of Merit, the Life Saving Award for Professional Responders, and the Certificate of Extraordinary Personal Action. And each of these honors individuals who embody the spirit of the American Red Cross, using life-saving training that provided them with the confidence and the skills to act when moments mattered. So it's important for us to present these publicly so folks realize how important it is to have life-saving education. And today, I would like to ask two gentlemen to join us up front, okay? Desmond, or Des, as I understand everyone knows him by, and Elisha. If you'll please join us. And also, Taj, do you want to join us? Taj actually nominated them. So I'm going to share with you the scenario that they were presented with. On November 4th, 2021, Desmond Montfort, trained in lifeguarding with CPR, automated external defibrillator for professional rescuers, first aid, epinephrine autoinjector training, asthma inhaler training, and administering emergency oxygen, helped to save the life of a gentleman who became passive in the pool at the Welcome All Recreation Center in South Fulton, Georgia. Desmond and Elisha, lifeguards on duty, along with another bystander, noticed a swimmer in distress. Desmond activated the emergency action plan, while Elisha jumped in to perform a rescue. Desmond then raced to the end of the pool to assist Elisha carefully remove the individual. Elisha started CPR and continued until the paramedics arrived and took over care. The male victim has since recovered and expressed his gratitude for the life-saving skills performed on this day. Without a doubt, the skills learned in the American Red Cross Training Services course helped to save the life of this man. So for this act, Desmond and Elisha have been awarded the American Red Cross Life Saving Award for professional responders. This is the highest award given by the American Red Cross to an individual or team of individuals who saves or sustains a life by using skills and knowledge learned in a Red Cross training course. The certificate bears the signature of the President and CEO of the American Red Cross and the Chairman of the Red Cross. And this action exemplifies the highest degree of concern one human being for another who is in distress. So will you please join me in congratulating these two very special gentlemen. So I've got to look and see. So this is Desmond. So Des, you've got a write-up of that as well as a certificate. Elisha, that is yours. You each receive a life-saving award pin as well. And, you know, we train tens of thousands of individuals every year, but having training doesn't always mean someone will act, even when they have a responsibility to do so. When you heard me read off that long list of the training they have, the folks you have here in the city of South Fulton, they are professionals and they are well trained, and you should feel good about the capability and the competency of the folks that are serving your community. So we're just excited to present this. Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity. And if we could just kind of maybe gather together a little bit more and get a couple photos. But thank you so much. And would you like to say anything? Come on up, Mr. Ben. Come on, come join us. Okay. So, Mr. Ben, I'm going to put you on the spot. Is there anything that you would like to share with us about these two gentlemen here?
Well, that's not too much I can share because I was not aware of it until I came to, and Reno was standing over me, and I was saying, "What's going on?" Because I thought I came to. reached the top of the pool, reaching for the side. The next thing I know, Reno was standing over me. So I had to leave it up to Bernard and Reno to tell exactly what happened.
Good afternoon. Well, it started out as a good day, which we swim every day. And I just happened to turn around and notice that he wasn't aware. He was down at the bottom of the pool. And that's when I notified Reno, because I was at one end and he was at the other end. So Reno ran down with his phone and everything, just dived in. Did CPR, brought him back. That's all I can say. We're just glad to have him here.
And because of Reno skills and Desmond, I'm still here today, and I still swim because I know I'm in good hands.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
I'm sure our council has some things to say, but I just want to say thank you to our entire Parks Department, because this is the kind of excellence and customer service that they show in our facilities every day. And we are going to get you more funding and more training as soon as possible. But thank you so much for all you do.
You covered it all. This was definitely tugging at my heart. So I'm glad you're still here. And thank you to our staff for just doing excellent work and continuing what we want to do in the city of South Fulton and representing us well. So thank you. Anybody?
Well, of course, I represent District 3, and Ms. Sally Jones got her earful from some residents today about the funding and us getting things back online at Welcome All Park. So I am diligently advocating to bring our pool back online and replace the equipment, because I work out with you sometimes in the gym, and you work out with my husband, and so I know it desperately is needed, and thank you to staff for all that you do.
Thank you all so much for this opportunity. We appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, will you sound the next item?
The next item is Roman numeral 7, public comment. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the general public wishing to make public comments at City of South Fulton City Council meetings must be residents of the City of South Fulton, except that county, state, and federal elected officials should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. A bell will signal the end of each speaker's time. Public comment should be limited to only those items appearing on the current City Council meeting agenda. Comments on issues, topics not appearing on the current City Council meeting agenda should not be allowed. Each speaker must complete and submit a request to speak form in its entirety prior to the beginning of the meeting. Persons desiring to speak should rise, address the City Council, and when recognized, state their name, address, the agenda item they are addressing, and the City Council district in which they reside. All remarks shall be addressed to the Council as a whole and not to any member. To ensure the opportunity for all those desiring to speak before City Council, there is no yielding of time to another speaker. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. And then lastly, speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting speak before City Council. There is no encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those recitation of the rules, I did receive 5 cards today for public comment. The first speaker is Ms. Deborah S. Davis, and she's speaking regarding agenda item 15 and 16. Next, Vanjie Watkins, who will be speaking regarding item 15 and 16. Denise Roberts, who will be speaking regarding items 33 and 34. And Marcia Clemendor, who will be speaking regarding items 33 and 34. And lastly, Drew Demand, who will be speaking regarding item 14. So would you come in the order that your name was called? Deborah Davis, Vanjie Watkins, Denise Roberts, Marcia Clemendor, and Drew Demand.
I can see everybody. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Deborah Davis. I reside at 525 Stone Glen Chase, Atlanta 30331. I'm in District 1. And I'm also the president of the Sandtown Community Association. So I came here today to support the zoning for the Quick Trip at the intersection or on the corner of Cascade Road and 285. I became a resident of South Fulton in 1998, and that property looked just like it does now. And I have spoken to a lot of the members of the association, and some of them said that in the early 70s, that property looked like it does now. They don't remember when it was anything else but what it looks like now. And to me, that property is not giving any value to the community. It is not contributing to the value of the residents that live around it. It is not contributing to their property value. As a matter of fact, it is taking away from their property value. And what we do know, and the things that we have learned in trying to economically develop Sandtown, is that competition in retail is a good thing. And if any of you have bought gas on Cascade Road, that BP gas station is one of the highest priced gas stations on Cascade Road. As a matter of fact, I don't buy gas on Cascade Road because it is extremely expensive. I am a QT patron. I buy my gas on Fulton Industrial. And I think that you need competition on Cascade Road, and 2 minutes are up. So I do support that project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Ms. Vanjie Watkins.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the mayor and the council and the city of South Fulton. This has been a long time coming. We got this application in the year 2015 when we were still Fulton County, and it was passed by Fulton County. I don't know what happened, but QT made a decision to revisit this site at Cascade Road in 285. At this time, I would like to sincerely thank QT, Battle Law, Michelle, Tyler, planning staff for the city of South Fulton, the citizens in West Cascade. I'd like to thank in particular our council representative, Ms. Catherine, and for his guidance in all things, Corey Adams. He's my heart. I've known Corey since the 70s. When he worked for Fulton County, I became an employee at Fulton County, so I love Corey. But at this time, I would like to say to QT, welcome. It's been, I don't know, 2015 to 2022, 23, well, how many years? 8, 9, 10, whatever. But I love QT. They're a good brand, they have good products, and they treat their employees right and respectfully, and I welcome them to West Cascade at 285 Cascade Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins.
Hello, my name is Denise Roberts. I live in District 6. I live at 160 Ravencliff Lane, College Park. And I just would like to address that we need a satellite police department in our area on Old National. I believe that's, you're talking about purchasing real property for the police. We do need that. It is, we have lots of gunshots over at my backyard sits to Old National. I can see Old National from my backyard. I've had to go get a police report all the way down in South Fulton Highway, Cedar Grove. So it's just not good for our citizens over in that area. I also would like to say, I do live in the area. I don't think that it's a good idea to give a liquor license to whoever is on Hillendale. There's a trash problem over there. There's a little bit of a homeless problem over there. And I have a house over there as well in Hillendale area. And it is, there's a dumping area problem over there. So thank you to the council and the mayor.
Ms. Marcia Clemendor.
My name is Marcia, excuse me, Marcia Clemendor, and I live at 235 Adena Lane West, and that's in District 6. And I am in support of 33 and 34, which is to purchase the land for the police precinct. The only problem is that right now on Old National Highway, we do not have a police precinct. It's been closed for several months, leaving our area without any type of service, adequate police service. Now, several of the residents, the community I live in, which I'm the president of the Homeowners Association, is over 500 homes because it's combined 2 subdivisions. And I would say that's well over 2,000 people. And I have a lot of seniors in there. So like the young lady was saying, in order for them to get police report, you have to go to either to Cedar Grove, Butner Road, or Cascade. That's very far from the community, and it's extremely inconvenient for the citizens as well as the seniors. Now, we do know that the new police station is going to be built, but we need something now. We need a satellite or a temporary police station in the area. The people, the citizens, we pay enough taxes that warrants that we have our own police station. The place is, Old National area is, what would you say? It's population, it's highly populated, it's densely populated. So there's absolutely no reason why we do not have a police station. All this time without a police station. So that's what we like, to have that, and to provide this type of satellite police station and where we can keep our citizens safe. Safety is paramount for our area. Thank you.
Next is Mr. Drew DeMann.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Drew DeMann. I live at 4640 Gordon Street in Fife, in the 7th District. And I'm here to talk specifically about the proposed zoning changes to the Bethsaida Road properties. And as y'all know, I often bring up environmental concerns, and this is no exception. And I really want to make sure that in everything we do, when we're clearing large areas of natural habitat, that we do full and deep, fulsome environmental impact studies, looking for all relevant, germane information that informs the development decisions we make. And so I know that these are former farm properties that are zoned agricultural. They have streams and ponds, so they have wetlands on the properties. And we must especially safeguard wetlands, because when we are out of clean water, what are we gonna do? So I urge y'all to take the most stringent measures to perform all relevant environmental impact studies before we do any development there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeMann.
That completes the public comment for today.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Ms. Mayor, you said next item?
Yeah, I'm sorry, you gotta fill out a card, sir. Councilman Gomes?
Mayor, I just wanted to make sure, I'm getting messages from citizens saying that we are recording the meeting. It's not being live streamed and posted, so I don't know if that's accurate. So if we can make that announcement so people won't be wasting their time trying to log on.
Yes, due to internet issues that are not entirely our own this time, we are recording the meeting, but it is not on our YouTube. Everybody's having trouble connecting to the internet, so thank you so much for that, Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you again.
All right, would you please sound the next item, sir?
The next item is Roman numeral 8, consent agenda, items 6 through 12.
I will entertain a motion.
I want to entertain a motion that we accept the consent agenda as published.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
We're now at item 9, alcohol license, rezoning, variance, and modification cases. These are for motion and vote. The first is an alcohol license application. Request council approval of an alcohol license for 2749 Hillendale LLC, doing business as Neighborhood Food Mart for retail sales and wine and malt beverages at 2749 Flat Shoals Road, South Fulton, Georgia 30349, and this is located in District 6.
I will entertain a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move acceptance of this item number 13, request council approval of an alcohol license for 2749 Hillendale LLC, doing business as Neighborhood Food Mart.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I would like to just remind council as well as the public that this is an existing business that has changed ownership, and because of the way our ordinances are written, when the ownership of the business changes, they have to come back before council to get their alcohol license. So this is not a new license. This is a business that is already selling alcohol, and we are just simply allowing them to continue to conduct business that is already occurring.
Councilwoman Willis? Okay. I did have a question for our city attorney. We, when this came up a few years ago, it was brought to our attention that the business is next to a daycare, but that the daycare, and there is a section in the State Code of Georgia that denies the sale of alcohol within a certain number of feet of a school, but that daycares do not qualify as schools. So I have a two-part question. The first part is, if the daycare is receiving federal education funds like Head Start funds, would that change it qualifying as a school? And the second question is, if not, would we be able to amend our zoning ordinance so that in the future applications would not be able to open liquor stores next to daycares?
Mayor, I'd have to research that, and also I think there was maybe an adverse decision by the Superior Court before I arrived, but I'd have to look at that.
All right, thank you. I would ask that you do, and if you would just get something back to us in writing, because I think that I would hope that that's something that we would take up in future zoning amendments. All right. Seeing no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote to approve. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 14, request council approval to consider Z 2015-7245 Bethesda Drive, 7329 Bethesda Drive, 0 Bethesda Road, 2234 Bethesda Road, 2224 Bethesda Drive, as a request to rezone from AG1 and C1 to R5 for the purpose of constructing 85 single-family fee simple homes. This is located in District 7 and was deferred at the June 14th meeting.
I will entertain a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to approve with staff conditions enumerated in the August 23rd, 2022 staff report, the request to rezone from AG-1 and C-1 to R-5 for the purpose of constructing 85 single-family fee simple homes.
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion. Go ahead, Councilman Sebastian.
I know there have been some issues, and this is one of the things that happen when there's no representative, unfortunately. Other people get to make the decision. But I did look at this project very, very closely, even with the environmental concerns in mind, and my questions surrounding those issues were properly addressed. And so I feel comfortable that the project can be done and whatever we need to do to protect the areas and the wetlands around there is planned to be, is in the plans, but we have to make sure that we hold them now responsible for doing it during the construction phase. Thank you.
Yes, and I would echo those comments as well, having had the opportunity to participate, not in all the meetings, but a couple of the meetings that they had and talking with the developer. They have worked, I think, very diligently to address the concerns to the best of their ability, and to satisfy questions I had as well as Councilman Sebastian. I think that we are at a point now where we can move forward, trusting that, you know, this will add benefit to the community.
I'm hoping that the developer keeps their number for the next 5 years, the same number, so that people can reach them directly.
All right, I just have a brief discussion. I do want to say it is not exactly true that District 7 residents are without any representation. As the at-large representative for the entire city, you do have representation in the mayor's office, and our public advocate is the former District 7 legislative specialist, and so he continues to follow up with District 7 residents on our behalf until we do have a replacement. Secondly, I would say that this is a request for rezoning, and as my predecessor used to say often, I don't get a vote. However, I would ask council to consider before we begin rezoning properties on Old National that we might finish the LCI study that is currently underway, which I think is going to affect our future land use map and our comprehensive plan, and that perhaps we just hold off on rezoning agricultural properties before we have that master plan of Old National completed. All right, I saw Councilwoman Rao's hand first. She hasn't spoken. Go ahead.
Mayor, if we opted to do that, I think the appropriate way to do that would be with official moratorium, if that is the desire or the will of the council. I don't think we can do that when it's a case immediately before us.
Councilman Sebastian.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Royal. It's a concern of mine because when a lot of our land is just zoned agriculture, either from history or because we chose to zone a lot of the land agricultural. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was either former farmland in the recent history or that it should not be rezoned. My estimation is when we start speaking the way of putting moratoriums and this sort of stuff, we're talking about affecting development all over our city. Mm-hmm. So I really want us to be careful and take these things on a case-by-case basis. I wish there was an easy way of getting that LCI done sooner rather than later, but the fact of the matter is I don't think we can close business altogether until it's finished. I don't know if that would be wise, so I would just hope that we don't go down that road. Yes, we need to be careful, but we also need to be mindful that people who want to invest in our city have a lot of money and projects on the line. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I do have to agree that moratorium is not based off of one district, and that's what we were told. When we place moratoriums, it has to be for basically the entire city, and it has to be for a specific amount of time. Can you speak to that, Attorney Hyman? Because when we tried to put moratoriums in place per district, we were told that we couldn't do that. Did something change, or were we advised wrong?
I don't know about the previous opinion, but any moratorium has to meet the moratorium criteria and also be consistent with the zoning procedures law. And it has to be a zoning, in other words, a district wouldn't necessarily be a zoning criteria. It has to be meet other
So the only way we could put a moratorium in place is how for this area?
Further information, I wouldn't want to try to make the decision here. I'd like to have some further information.
Because it was recommended, and if it's something we can't do, I don't understand why it was recommended, but let me see how to posture this. I see development and unwanted development happening across this nation and in Metro Atlanta. And when people don't want certain development in their area, in certain areas in Metro Atlanta, people pack out the room and they protest against it. They oppose it. The reason I'm not voting against this is because I received one email, and the email that I got is from an individual that don't even live in that district. And I only have seen maybe one person come up and not necessarily oppose it, but ask us to take certain considerations and to take certain things under consideration concerning the environment when you are talking about development. And so the people who live in District 3, they're not here opposing this. And the neighboring council members, in my opinion, have done their due diligence with vetting this, and we have given people an ample opportunity to come and speak for or against this. We have deferred this, and I just don't see where the engagement. And you said you're the at-large mayor, so where are the people opposing this? So that's where I am with this.
Councilwoman Gomes?
I move to the previous question.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Would you call the vote on the previous question, Mr. Clerk?
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao. Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Nay.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
The question has been called.
All right, would you roll call vote, please?
Roll call vote on the main motion to approve, made by Councilmember Williams, seconded by Councilmember Sebastian. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao. Yes. Councilmember Gomes. Yes. Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Nay.
That item is approved 5-1.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 15. Request council to consider Z22-004, U22-003, and CV22-002, located at 3505 Cascade Road, as a request to rezone from C1 to C2 and obtain a special use permit for a convenience store with gas pumps and concurrent variances regarding stream buffer, cascade overlay requirements, and tree planting requirements and the sign ordinance. It's located in District 1.
I see an and. Are we taking these together? Can we do that?
I think because
Mr. City
the
Attorney?
next one is an ordinance, so it would have to have a separate motion.
Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
With the adjustment that the parking lot island variance be approved with the condition that parking islands shall be required every 8 spaces, except on the south side of the building, the parking island shall be required every 10.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilwoman Willis.
I just want to put on the record, people have come up and said a lot about QT, but they have missed one of the most important things about QT, and that is it's a safe haven for human sex trafficking victims. And I appreciate all they do to help combat that problem.
Any other discussion? All right, go ahead and roll call the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call vote to approve. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is a concurrent item, a second reading of an ordinance to waive distance requirements for a gas station located at 3505 Cascade Road only, Atlanta, Georgia 30311. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the waiver as written.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Clerk, go ahead and please call the vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 10, agenda items part 1. City purchases and contracts. First item is request council to enter into a contract with Tyler Technologies to provide a system for financial management and community development. The funding for this item is within the FY22 budget for an expenditure of not to exceed $650,000 the first year, $600,000 the second year, and $400,000 the third year. The source of funding is FY22 finance capital budget and the information technology software line. This is submitted by Information Technology and Finance.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve item number 17, item number 18, item number 19, item number 20.
Second.
What, I want to finish. Oh. Item number 21, item number 22, item number 23, item number 24, item number 25, and if we have any discussion, I move that we approve those items 17 through 25.
Second.
Oh, wait, I'm going to ask first if that was properly moved and seconded by to our city attorney. We are batch approving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 contracts.
I think if it's clear as to what you're moving, so you might want to call out what exactly, so it's a little clear on the record, then you go ahead and vote on them. Instead of just an item number, whatever, just describe what it is.
Since I made the original motion, Mary, do you want me to go back and state what I'm motioning to approve?
Per our city attorney's recommendation, absolutely.
Yes. Item number 17, request for the city council to enter into a contract with Tyler Technologies to provide system for financial and community development. Item number 18, to request council approval to renew agreement for open records request software with Granicus Government QA. Item number 19, request council approval to enter into an agreement with Street View to provide data and access.
They changed the name. First Steps Payment Management.
First Steps Payment Management. Y'all don't make me miss the thing. What name?
19.
First Step Payment Management to provide data and access to paving management. Item number 20, request council approval to procure and implement professional services for cybersecurity and quarterly review from Patriot Consultant. Item number 21, request for council approval to enter into an agreement with the EPR Systems to provide records management system for the fire department. Item number 22, to request council approval to procure and implement an inventory management solution from Operative IQ Software for the Fire and Rescue Department. Item number 23, request for council to approve to purchase new fire hose to be placed on a new apparatus to replace the old and worn hose in the department. Item number 24, to request for council to request a purchase of a new Motorola radius for the new apparatus and new portable radios for replacement. and upgrades. Item number 25, request for council approval to purchase 3 2023 Chevy Tahoe Pursuit for executive staff, and that request comes from the fire department.
Second.
All right, it's
Discussion.
been properly moved and seconded. We have discussion. Councilman Sebastian.
I just want to make a general comment, not asking people to change anything, what you're doing. Just have a general comment. You know, when we were really making the effort to create this city, one of the things that we really wanted to focus on is having money circulate within our communities. And I see all this money that we're approving here, not against it. I'm just imploring us again, when we're doing these things, to try and see if we can look local as much as we can. Not saying to sacrifice any quality, none of that stuff. I'm just saying focus local so we can keep money circulating in our community. That's all I have to say.
I second that motion. Is there any other discussion? Councilwoman Rao.
Just in general, I think we all agree with that. I hope at some point in the very near future at a work session, we can talk about our local small business enterprise, because I know we spent 30% with minority and locally owned businesses, and we need to tell that story and make sure people understand what we have been doing. So thank you for that comment.
All right. Any other questions? So I have a question. I guess this would be for our IT department. Amongst this list, I see 4 different companies: Tyler, Granicus, EPR, and Operative IQ. 3 of them are records management systems, and 1 of them is a financial management system. I guess my first question is, why would we not get some sort of software like SAP or some sort of comprehensive software that handled, it just seems, I don't know, it seems interesting that we have these 4 different systems. Do they talk to each other? Do they all talk to Granicus when we're getting like open records requests? I'm just wondering why we just had different systems for all the different departments.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Actually, item number 17 is that first attempt to do that. So that actually includes finance, code enforcement, business license, and community development. So that's going to kind of provide that centralized space to give you all a portal to kind of look at and see what the status. Because you have asked about, okay, where are we at with these particular items? That system will allow you to see that across the board with all 4 of those areas. The fire department, I think it's the other one, Operative IQ, that's fire department, and a lot of that stuff is specific for them, for like medical tracking and things like that. So the other 2 that are not a part of that collective, they have specialized requirements.
I got you. And does Tyler talk with Granicus?
No, Granicus is just the open record stuff. So you would pull the data from those disparate systems and put that into Granicus.
Is there, and I'm just asking, could we not have gotten like an SAP or some sort of custom database that every department could have used and could have been cross-trained on across all departments? Or is it seems like that would be more efficient. Am I wrong, or is it just that's more expensive, or it takes a longer time? Or?
No, like I said, the 17 is the first approach to really doing it, to set that base.
Right.
Tyler actually has other modules that could kind of accommodate some of that stuff as well.
Okay.
So we're moving in that direction with this first step.
All right, and then my last question is about this Patriot Consulting for cybersecurity services. Is that in addition to what we already do in-house, or? Yes.
So that's actually supplementing. So in this year's budget, I didn't ask for an additional position because those are kind of top-level positions that it's hard to afford. So what I did is I got a third-party service that's going to do a lot of those things for a fraction of the cost. And they're actually 24/7 as well.
All right, thank you. I think I heard there were some questions down here. Councilwoman Willis.
just for the record, because I am an accountant and I've worked with SAP and all of the several of the financial platforms. SAP is a financial platform, and it has different panels, and most of the panels are for like HR systems or financial systems. So, I mean, we're going to have certain systems for purposes of certain things. I thank you, Mr. Strickland, for explaining, but certain things we can combine, but when it comes to financial ERP systems, there are certain things that we can't integrate with that. Thank you.
All right, any other questions, Councilwoman? All right, let's vote.
It's a roll call vote to approve items 17 to 25. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
Those items are approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Item 26, request council approval to purchase 3 Chevy Silverado 1500 trucks for health and safety officer, captain of fire inspections, and captain of investigation. Total for all 3 trucks is $119,231 from the FY22 Capital Improvement Fund. It's fire.
I move to approve the purchase of 3 Chevy Silverado 1500 trucks for the health and safety officers in the amount of $119,231. And I'm not finished. Request approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Atlanta Fire Rescue Department to provide fire and rescue services to New Hope and Cascade Road for $680,022 per year. To approve authorizing staff to piggyback off of Fulton County Standby Miscellaneous Construction Service Agreement with Wade Coots Company in amount not to exceed $1.5 million from the Stormwater Fund, and to request approval authorizing staff to execute a piggyback agreement with Lowe's Engineering LLC for citywide program management for traffic engineering and capital T-SPLOST project management not to exceed $965,404 from the capital budget. And finally, to authorize staff to execute a professional services agreement with Brightview for landscape maintenance of 212 miles of right-of-way in an amount not to exceed $736,000 from the capital budget.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded, items 25 through 30, and
Have some discussion.
There's much discussion. I'm going to just go down. Councilwoman Gomes.
So for item 28, is saying that we're piggybacking off of Fulton County Standby Miscellaneous Construction Service Agreement regarding stormwater. Does the city do stormwater? Because I always thought that was a county function. So if Mr. Valenzuela can actually come up and speak to that.
Thank you, and as he prepares, I do want to make note that we did get your feedback, council's feedback about doing a stormwater presentation, so we're going to have a more comprehensive presentation for stormwater at the September 13th work session, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and residents of here, South Fulton, Antonio Valenzuela. With regards to stormwater management, yes, we do provide those services, Councilwoman Gomes.
So you said we do provide those services?
Yes, stormwater management.
Just stormwater?
Yes.
Okay, so the county provides sewer?
The county provides sewer.
Yes. Okay.
All right, Council.
Oh, I'm
Go ahead.
So also too, there's a number of things that are on this particular agenda for Public Works, and I know that we have had some conversation about moving forward with I guess, exiting from the Jacobs contract. And I do have to admit that I do have a little concern, and I probably have shared this with you all before. Is there a possible way that we can get a plan? I know we had discussed possibly a 90-day extension, because I don't feel necessarily comfortable at this point without actually seeing a plan in place. have you sent us a plan? Because I think I may have missed it, but I would like to see a plan as how we're going to transition successfully moving forward without Jacobs being involved.
Yeah, so, yes, so, good evening, Mayor and Council. So, yes, I will be sending you a plan. As you know, Mr. Valenzuela has given presentations on the transition process. We have been working over the last several months in-house, internally, on working and looking at the most efficient and effective way to transition this process. Jacobs had a 4-year contract. It ends September 30th. It is, staff's recommendation that we've discussed with you all during the fiscal year 23 proposed budget presentations that we want to look at a hybrid approach. We realize that every single thing may not be able to come in-house, but we are preparing for that, which you will see some things on this agenda for this evening. Some of the things that we brought in-house or we've also had to outservice or outsourced, as you just asked about stormwater, which refers to as MS4. Solid waste, we brought in a staff person to address solid waste issues and serve as a liaison. The maintenance of Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 16 miles of right-of-way maintenance. Our staff is doing that on a 3-week iteration. Landscaping is done on a weekly maintenance schedule. Litter pickup, we're doing about 20 miles, and that's also on a 2-week iteration. Currently, we have 19 Public Works employees. We are requesting 5 additional employees for fiscal year 23. And also, we want to eventually talk to the council because with the plan of transitioning in-house, we know that we're going to have a place for these employees to sit and work out of. So it is our proposal to take over the location where Jacobs currently is on Boat Rock. And so, we are also discussing the recommendation to the council. We would like for you to consider allowing us to purchase the vehicles and equipment that currently is under contract with Jacobs. And this evening, as I mentioned, you will see a proposal to award the landscaping to Brightview. That's to do 212 miles every 2 weeks, and then for Low Engineering to do the engineering services. And the other thing, I know we have talked about the call center, and it is our recommendation, of course, that we continue that call center and that we will be presenting to you a recommendation of going with a vendor to do the call center services in hopes of having that get started by October 1st as well. Right now, from my understanding, we get about 2,500 calls a month. About 500 of those are related to public works services, and approximately 10% of those calls are kind of after-hours calls. So we know we need to have a plan in place to address, those 2,500 calls that we may, or more, that we may be expecting. So that plan, will be presented to you all via a memo from my office very soon.
So, City Manager, what you're implying is that you will have a plan by, I guess, in the next week or so before we transition on October the 1st.
Yes, ma'am, and it is my recommendation in supporting the recommendation of our Public Works Department that we move Public Works responsibilities in-house to the City of South Fulton from Jacobs.
Okay, I am looking forward to that plan. What about C-Click Fix?
Yes, we know we need to address C-Click Fix too. We know that it needs to be revamped to make sure that we are following through on the items that are being inputted into that particular process.
Thank you. That concludes my comments for right now.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. Ms. Sally Jones, you said a lot, and I'm just going to be specific. We need that plan by the next work session, and I would like to see that plan on the work session, Mayor. if it's okay. I want to make that request right now, publicly.
Yes, it was on the last work session. It was taken off, but I will put it back on
They
again.
didn't have a plan, so I'm asking.
It will definitely be on there.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So we need that plan by the next work session. Call center and see Click Fix, we used to get very comprehensive reports. We don't get that anymore. And so we're moving away from a service provider. I hope we're moving away because we're going to get better service. What I don't want to see is us move away and the service level fall even lower than what it is now. Right now, our right-of-ways are only clean for every 4 weeks, and grass is not cut frequent enough, so I'm hoping that by you all awarding this contract to Brightview, that we see a difference. The question I have is, why is this excluding Fulton Industrial? Is it because they have a Fulton Industrial CID that's taking care of their area?
No, ma'am. It's because public works staff is handling that. We're doing in-house. Our employees of public works.
Okay, so it's already being taken care of.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the contract, Brightview, is going to take care of Camp Creek. Is Camp Creek included in that?
No, Brightview will be handling 212 miles at 2 weeks iterations in lieu of currently done every 4 weeks. We're doing now 192 miles.
Right.
We increased to 212 miles at 2 weeks.
But what it says that right of way. So my question is Camp Creek included? Is that one of the right of ways they're going to take care of? That's one of the gateways to our city. So from the point that we pick up from Old Fairburn Road to Fulton Industrial, I often see trash, litter, and although GDOT is a GDOT highway, people don't look at that. It's reflective of who we are, and we are not reflective of trash thrown on our highways. So can we please include Camp Creek?
Yes, ma'am. The plan of action is Georgia DOT is maintaining those state routes at every 4 weeks, and our plan of action is to help them out with litter pickup at the main nodes on over Camp Creek Parkway, South Fulton Parkway as well. The primary reason is the safety for our employees and the liability for the city of South Fulton employees and the city by itself. That's the reason why on those major highways that are over 55 miles per hour, our issues with...
But Brightview, these are not our employees, right?
Right, they're not our employees.
Okay,
but,
so the liability isn't on us, it's on Brightview, right?
Right. What we can do is, the parkway by itself, it's much bigger in lieu of the 2-lane roads that we have. The vast majority of our roads are 2 lanes compared with 4 lanes.
So
it's something that we can consider, discuss it with Georgia DOT. We don't want to take the responsibility with them. We don't want to be at the same time that they are on the parkways maintaining the rights way, but it's something that surely we will consider discussing with Georgia DOT.
So no, I don't want the discussions because I've sent you 3 years ago exactly what GDOT said. And what GDOT said is that they only maintain those highways when they cut grass, which is on approximately every 4 weeks. So Old National is a GDOT highway. Roosevelt is a GDOT highway. 92. Oakley, all of these are GDOT highways. And so the direction of this council, Ms. Sally Jones, is that we want Camp Creek and we want the part that is in the city of South Fulton, the South Fulton Parkway included. These are gateways to our city. And I often ride down Camp Creek and it's trash, sofas, everything, and GDOT already said they're not going to do any more than what they're already doing. And what most cities do is augment. If they want their city to look clean and pristine, most cities in Fulton County are augmenting the GDOT schedule and they're investing in their community. We want to invest in our community and have our areas clean and pristine, just like other cities in Metro Atlanta. So, I mean, we don't have any liability. We don't have, if it's dangerous, we need to find a vendor that will be willing to do it, that don't have a problem with doing it. We need all our right-of-ways in the city of South Fulton cleaned and cut as frequent as possible. I'm tired of seeing trash.
And Butler Road is just as dangerous too.
And Old National, I mean, I can't see how y'all can say the Old National Highway, it's like an Autobahn going down Old National sometimes. It's just as dangerous as Camp Creek.
Let me, as you know, we're doing Old National Highway, Roosevelt Highway, Campbellton, Fairburn, and Cascade Palmetto at 3 weeks iterations. Georgia DOT does every 4 weeks, and then in addition, we have added little pickup at those corridors as well to be done every 2 weeks.
And now you're going to do Camp Creek, and now you're going to do also the part that's in Fulton Industrial.
92.
And the highway, Highway
Yeah,
92. Now you're doing those two, and that's on record.
South Fulton?
Yeah, I said the part that's in the city of South Fulton. You heard me, Ms. Sally Jones? Because I don't want to get accused for directing staff. You heard me,
Yes,
Sally?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And what we may have to do, and I'll work with Mr. Valenzuela because he's the expert in this area, we may have to go out and get another vendor to do those specific roadways. But we can work together on that.
We'll, let us work the numbers out on the best benefit for the city of South Fulton. We will increase the number from 212 miles if you allow us, the city, our city manager, to negotiate that contract, and we'll come back with additional miles.
Yes, but we hear what they want.
Mayor, before I yield, Ms. Sally Jones, on what we asking for that report on the next work session, the transition plan, can you have a plan on how you're going to clean our right-of-ways at the next work session?
Yes, we will include a recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
It'll make a big difference.
All right, before I come over to this side, I was trying to go in order. Dr. Rao, go
Thank
ahead.
you. Ditto. I ditto everything Councilwoman Willis said on that. I will say, though, in terms of Fulton Industrial and Camp Creek, Brightview does those roads. They currently service the CIDs, the Aerotropolis and the Fulton Industrial CID. So I think this one, as an extension, Ms. Sadler Jones, makes sense because they're already doing it. And particularly on Camp Creek, you can see exactly where they stop. It's right before you get to Enan Road, and then it goes from being manicured to 3 feet high almost. I mean, it's really, really bad, and I get so many complaints about it. So while we're supporting this, can you please bring back the amendment to add these areas that we've discussed? Yeah.
All right, 1, 2, 3. District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Mr. Antonio, thank you much for the projects and the work between your staff and Jacobs that have been completed in District 4 since I'm here, including doing some patching programs over there on several streets. I've gotten very good feedback from the residents of District 4 already, so thanks much. I know you're working very, very hard and diligently, seemingly, to bring the program inside. And if anyone wants to check the record from our work session at Burdett, I've been consistent in saying this all along. I have no doubts that we need to bring certain services inside. And where I have a little bit of angst is that, number one, I'm disappointed that this is middle of August, or close to the end of August, and we don't have a total plan yet. And I say a total plan because I still don't have a nice and fuzzy feeling as to what we will do with regards to things like stepping up our communication and our working with GDOT, with the state, and if there are federal funds and things that we should be looking to get, whether directly or through the state. I just don't know what that plan looks like, right? And so I know, again, as I said, you're working hard towards filling some of those gaps. And by the way, I think it's maybe Brightview might have done some work recently in District 4, and really and truly, again, feedback was well done. And I've heard the same thing from some residents as far as District 2. So I have no doubts that you're picking quality subcontractors. What I'm concerned about is the long-term strategic planning and how we're going to get some of that stuff done. And whether it's through other contractors, whether it's through people like Jacobs, we just don't know right now how we're going to do this thing. And back at Bird, I said, bring the services that we can do inside, but whether it's Jacobs or someone else, that we have to work on this bigger strategic plan. Because let me remind us, part of the reason why the city of South Fulton was created was because of lack of investment, especially in the infrastructure on the south side. And a lot of it over our 86 and change square miles is in the city of South Fulton. How are we going to get that done? What kind of plan do we have going forward? So again, I'm not knocking you, sir. You know, I'm a big supporter of yours. But I also need to see the plan and feel comfortable that this step that we are taking forward, we have thought it through, and we present this council with that plan so that we can be comfortable. Because right now, October is just around the corner, and we haven't had a plan presented to us yet. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
District 5, Councilman Reeves.
Madam Jones, I just want to be very clear when we talk about on item number 30, when they say landscape maintenance of the right-of-ways, I want that to be landscape maintenance of the right-of-ways from Camp Creek, 92, all of the GDOT highways, because staff has said litter pickup, and that's different than landscape maintenance. And so I just want to reflect that all of the verbiage and the narrative be the same. And I just, quite frankly, I just do not agree. I do not think that this is something that we can stand up at this time because we just do not have a plan. You want us to vote on these actions without a plan. Can we just not defer these until we see the plan first? I think that will be a sequential order and what is necessitate us to make an educated decision is to see a plan of action before we vote on the amount of what we're trying to spend for these contracts. That's just my suggestion. In fact, I would like to make a substitute motion for items, 28, 29, and 30 to defer those items until we see a plan come before this year.
If I might add to the concerns that you have, one of the plan of actions that we're presenting to you is for those vendors to start operations as October 1st. Right. So the scope and plan of action is presented through these contracts that we're offering to you. Our city manager can offer to you all more details on what we're presenting. But those vendors are set and ready to go as October 1st.
My duty is fiduciary to the constituents, and I owe them a responsibility to make an educated decision. So I would like to see that plan before I vote on the amount of what we spend. Again, that substitute motion stands.
There's a substitute motion on the floor. Is there a second? All right, that fails for lack of a second, but we're still in discussion, Councilman Reeves. I don't disagree with you. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Valenzuela, I know you, much like our code enforcement director, you and I became fast friends really quick around issues on Old National Highway. And so first of all, I want to thank you for your responsiveness to working with me to try to figure out how to get the litter in the right-of-way addressed on Old National. It's not 100% perfect, but it is better than it was, and progress is being made. I know you and I've had many conversations around this plan to begin moving things in-house. And I think that from those conversations and the presentations that we've already had, I'm comfortable with where we are, with the understanding that this is not where we're going to land. And so I don't want momentum to be lost, that, if we're approving these contracts, we still have work to do. I don't expect, because we're taking on something big, so I don't expect that we're going to have 100% of everything in place right off the bat. There will be some growing pains with it, but I do think that we are moving in the right direction. And, I was very happy to see the hybrid plan that you presented to us, both individually during our individual budget sessions as well as collectively last week. So I do echo what my colleagues have said about we have to ensure that our city is clean, but I also am confident that we are moving in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have some comments and some questions. First, I'm going to say, and I don't mean this to be combative in any way, but whether you be cool or come out a bag on me, as the old song says. I do this job full time, and I travel all 7 districts, and I really do this job full time. This really is the only thing I do with my whole life. And so I put this item on the agenda for the work session last meeting. Sometimes when I put items on a work session agenda, it is because I can see things coming. I can see things from a 10,000-foot view as the at-large representative. And a lot of these questions were things that were coming up in conversations with department heads and conversations with constituents and conversations with vendors. And so I just want to caution us sometimes before we remove items from a work session that we're not voting in those work sessions, but it's a time to really get in some of that discussion, and that even putting an item on a work session actually forces a department to make a presentation or come up with a presentation that they may have not been ready to make. And so it pushes the discussion forward. With that being said, I actually do agree with many of my colleagues about many things. One of the questions that I would ask when we have this presentation about the call center, if only about 500 of the calls are public works, then that means 2,000 calls are coming in about something else. Mm-hmm. I think that we need to get more detail about what are those other calls, what percentage of those calls are being resolved, which is different than the percentage that's being closed. Yes. Because we used to get this 98, 97% closure rate, but then when we dug into the numbers and we talked to constituents, we found that they were just calling and reporting the same things over and over again. And I would implore us to reach out to the people that are operating the call center now when we do that presentation, because since they've been doing it for so many years at this point, they might have recommendation about staffing, workflow management that could be, it could be helpful as we think about creating a contract for the next individual. I will say one more thing, and I am also sharing specifically some concerns with Councilman Reeves about and Councilwoman Willis, y'all mark this down, we're agreeing, about our ability to do this in the next couple of weeks, because at the same time, we are also standing up our own sanitation department. That's a lot. That's a lot. And so talking about these contracts, here's the question I want to ask about actually 28 and 29. $2.4 million in piggyback contracts. Now, my understanding of piggyback contracts, and correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Hyman, is that when you piggyback off an old contract, you can't change any of the terms. And so if we are, I question the wisdom, and we don't have to get into it tonight, well, we do if we're going to vote on it, but I question the wisdom of $2.4 million in piggybacks off of contractors that our constituents have been complaining about for all of these years. And even if it's only that we need more, right? Even if it's that we only need like more frequency, if we're piggybacking, you can't really change that. And so I'm concerned about that. And then that also brings me to my concern about number 30 in Brightview. I think Councilwoman Gumbs, I think it was you, or maybe it was Councilwoman Rowell that talked about, there have been complaints about that particular, not that one? So they do, so we're good with them. All right, so, but I do want to ask about these ones that we're piggybacking off of.
Okay.
And how can we get better, how can we change the contract and get better service if we're in a piggyback situation?
Mr. Mayor, item number 28, it's a contract that Fulton County has been using for years. The city of South Fulton assumed the same contract last year and expired this July. That contract for $1.5 million is it's an expanding authority for stormwater issues that we have, sinkholes, replacement of pipes, and others that we have throughout the city that we don't know. We use that contractor this year at about under $90,000. Requests on prior quotes, firm quotes that we received by others, I don't want to list names, were over $200,000. And we pay under $90,000 with the City of South Fulton Public Works staff that monitor those sinkholes that were in different districts, District 5, District 7, and District 1. So that by itself is a real good scenario for the city, a lot of savings, responsibility is much quicker, and a contractor in good standings.
Let me just ask a follow-up question. Does that stormwater, does that include cleaning out storm drains?
Yes, it does. You know, we develop the scope of services. We try to do as much as we can in-house first, and then anything that's needed to be done outsourced, that's what we pass to them based on the proper scope of services.
Well, I'll leave it to our constituents to communicate their concerns, but I think that there's been a lot of complaints about the frequency with which we are cleaning out storm drains in some of our communities.
And you stand correct, Mr. Mayor, and that's the primary reason why we're changing the scope. We're changing the approach. I don't want to mention who was doing the work before, but I want to say so that we're promising to do better with other contractors. That's the primary reason why we're changing our norms. I'm not saying who is providing the services now, where our constituents are complaining. That's the primary reason that we want to go in a different direction to make and provide better services for the city.
Okay, wait, now, because you said they've been doing this for years since we were with Fulton County, but they weren't cleaning out the storm drains. They were doing other things.
They provide the services based on task orders.
Okay, and then lastly, I would just ask, as we're thinking about the presentations, there are a lot of there are a few challenges in communities and places that are, you know, it looks like they're the right of way, or it's a space in between homes or behind homes, and it may or may not be on someone's private property. It may be on the property that belonged to the HOA, but the HOA is defunct. I'm talking particularly in some of our older neighborhoods. And I would just hope, I would ask for you to bring back, if it is at all possible, if there is some way that if we are going to have our own public works department, that communities or individuals that are having these issues because they're having a hard time finding engineers or contractors to even price out, like, what is it going to, what erosion control in their community might look like by a lake or by a ditch or whatever. If that is a service that we could provide as a city, I mean a paid service, but something that we could provide as a city to people that are having those issues. Because right now when people are coming to Public Works and saying, hey, I'm having this erosion issue in the back of my house, you know, we're saying, well, that's not city property, so there's nothing that we can do about it. And then they're just kind of left to try and figure that out. So if when we make this presentation, if there's something, I know we're asking for a lot on a budget that's already been balanced, but you know, if it's just some kind of pilot program we could consider.
As you were aware of, we're ready to make a presentation on MS4, which is something that the city and our residents need to hear it. We will come back with a consultant to see what they're doing. At this point, we are already with the inspections and inventory of our stormwater infrastructure at 60%. By 2023, we're supposed to be at 100%. I'm very confident that we're going to be, by the spring of 2023, at 100%. Then we're going to proceed with a master plan for stormwater, which most cities do it after 10, 15 years of existence. We're going to be doing under 5 years of existence of the city of South Fulton. And you will see all the items that you're asking for it, and the council had asked for it. We're going to be presenting to you the status of it, and how we're going to handle it, where we're going to get the funding, how it's going to be done.
All right, that's aggressive. Okay, I
Yes,
can't
sir.
wait to see it. If any more comments, questions, concerns? Councilman Sebastian.
There you go. It came back. Thank you. Switch it off and switch it on. It actually works. South Fulton Parkway is a unique case where basically it's carved out by Union City.
That's correct.
But it's in the middle of District 4 and some District 3. And so whenever it's dirty, do we handle it or do we work with Union City to get it picked up when GDOT is not handling it? Because I've personally called GDOT to clean it up.
We stay on GDOT, and we have a good relationship with Union City as well. And sometimes they do, sometimes GDOT acts much quicker. It depends on where their contractor is in. Pro Colors is their contractor that provides every 4 weeks. Sometimes they're en route and they provide the services.
Okay.
But if it is, now that Public Works has stepped out with employees, we're requesting 5 more people for the 2023 budget. So the ad hoc project, we're going to be able to handle it. Right now, we're doing a good number of those cases as well without really having to put aside FIB. But, you know, a year ago, we were 4 people at Public Works. Now we have 19. And we're about to fill 5 more vacancies. There's going to be 24, plus 5 that are coming up. There's going to be 29. We're going to have 3 crews dedicated to do many other things that our contractors cannot do it.
I love my neighbors in Union City, but I don't want to carry the bill for them. So I don't know how you guys work. I am just saying if it's Union Cities, it's Union City and they need to be made to clean it. And whatever process we need to put in place, even if we do it and, you know, there's an exchange or whatever, I'm good. But I just don't want us to have the major responsibility for it because already
Absolutely, yes.
our citizen think it's the city of South Fulton when it's not because of how it's cut and District 4 is on both sides of it. But I just want to make sure we're being good stewards and not really
Absolutely.
spending our money
No.
to serve other cities. Thank you.
One more question, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Reeves.
What about on this plan that you have here, what about the overhanging branches on the right-of-way that are over, I know that Georgia Power is responsible for some that's on the lines, but what about the overgrown branches or if a tree falls on the right-of-way? How will we handle that under this plan?
This particular company has different branches in the scenario that there's a storm issue, that we have a tornadoes on. We will get to them, have them, provide them a task order, and that we will handle. But as part of the scope of services, they are to handle up to 2 inches calibers of tree branches. They're going to be cutting the brushes, ensuring that side distance are clear on our roads and so on. That is part of the scope as well. And anything bigger than that, it will be treated as a task order with them.
As an emergency?
Yes, if there is an emergency, they will respond as well.
What is the time frame of that in an emergency situation? What would be the time frame?
They are ready. They are ready. They have the branches. They have the personnel. They have the equipment. They're ready to. That's what they do.
So you would say within 48 to 72 hours it would be cleaned up?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but before we move the previous question, I just want to make sure that the contracts we're about to approve are correct. I'm looking at page 587 and page 590 of the actual Wade Coots contract, and it's listed as wastewater. Should that be wastewater or stormwater?
So the way how they have it under the contract, they call wastewater, but the services they provide to us is stormwater. Under the list of unit prices, or under the engineers and equipment, it provides those services.
Okay, and then just one final question, because this is a piggyback contract, correct?
Yes, sir.
We haven't, as a city, done our own stormwater previous to this, have we?
It was outsourced. Most of the contracts and issues that we have with stormwater, it was outsourced. The minor cleanups, they do it. If it's deeper on an inlet that's typically from 6 to 12 feet down, they don't go down because contractual issues with others. But anything that's minor, we do in-house.
All right, so I just want to check again with our city attorney, because we haven't previously offered stormwater. We can piggyback off of a contract to offer a service that we have not previously offered?
Mayor, I rely on Mr. Antonio in terms of the technical service that in the piggyback, the concept is legal, and I rely on the department to specify whether or not that principal contract contains a service, or they're able to do the underlying tasks that he would like them to do.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Willis. It's been properly moved and seconded. Please call the vote for the previous question.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Morale. Councilmember Gumbs. Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Aye.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
The question has been called.
All right, please call the vote for items 25 through 30.
We have a motion by Councilmember Morale, seconded by Councilmember Willis, to approve items 26 through 30 as read. Roll call vote. Councilmember Morale. Councilmember Gumbs. Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Nay.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
That item is approved 5-1.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 31. Request council approval of traffic operations recommendation to purchase of 28 18-inch solar-powered speed limit radars to be implemented citywide, utilizing the statewide contracts through Paula F. Pierce Enterprises, LLC. The cost not to exceed $140,226, includes hardware and installation funded out of the school zone camera pedestrian safety fund.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to request council approval of traffic operation recommendations to purchase 28 18-inch solar-powered speed limit radars to be implemented citywide. I also like to approve the request for a budget transfer of $600,000 from prior year's saving to the operational budget of the South Fulton Police Department. I would also like to approve item number 33, a resolution approving the purchase and acquisition of real property and for other purposes on National Highway in Jonesboro. Also, I'd like to approve item 34, resolution approving the purchase and acquisition of real estate property and for other purposes at 7445 Old National Highway. And item 35, which is a resolution approving the purchase and acquisition of real property and other purposes for Burdette Road property as well.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yes.
Councilwoman Gums?
My discussion is in regards to item number 31. Where are those speed unit radars going in our district? I think that's important to, I guess, know where these 28 speed detectors are going.
Yes, ma'am. With regards
So I don't get a ticket.
to the locations, we're buying 4 per district. So we're going to be designating 4 of those items per district. We're going to be placing at the most areas that we need those. On your case, most likely, we have identified locations over Butner Road. That's going to be the location. We'll start with those. And then as we deem necessary, now that we're going to have a full-time traffic engineer and others, we're going to be rotating through other areas, perhaps Inland Road as well, and so on. On District 1, there's Inland Road. Each district has its own corridors where ADTs are higher.
So those 28 cameras will be split up equitably among the 7 districts, is
Yes,
that what you're saying?
4 per district.
How many?
4 per district.
Oh, 4 per district. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's table number 1 in your packet.
But go ahead and stay up here. But before we go to the next council person, just as a point of clarification, these are not ticketing
no, sir.
radars. They just tell you how fast you're going.
Yes.
Right, they flash and tell you how fast you're going.
That will also allow us to measure the speeds that those vehicles are going through it. So we're going to be able to capture data for 28 locations for the city, something that we haven't done in the past.
Awesome. Councilwoman Willis?
Move the previous question.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Roll call vote for the previous question.
Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves? Aye. Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
The question has been called.
All right, roll call vote for items 31 through 35.
Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves? Aye. Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved. Those items are approved unanimously.
All right, we are at intermission. Is it the pleasure of the council to take this intermission?
Let's keep it. Can we go to 6:25, which is your original time?
Sure. Well, we have these eminent domain hearings, so.
Are they hearings?
And,
yeah.
And they've been advertised for what time, Mr. Clerk?
Anytime after 6 o'clock.
Anytime after 6 o'clock. All right, so we can go ahead then.
Okay.
Or is this like a regular public hearing? We're going to open it, do for and against?
Okay, I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. Are we, what are we doing?
She's just going
I see
to
people getting up. What are we doing?
Go ahead.
Okay.
So if since we have, I apologize, Mayor, may I
no,
recognize?
go ahead.
Since we've got, some movement and it sounds like people need to step out, can we just do the break so that we can go to the restroom, refresh ourselves and come back?
Well, I was just saying, his original time was 6:25, if we just, which is, 5 minutes, we might be able to get these 2 items and then we'll be in intermission. I was just trying to keep to the time.
Oh, I just wasn't sure we could get the hearings done in 5 minutes.
There's nobody here, I'm sure.
All right, let's do a roll call vote on item number, item Roman numeral number 11, this intermission. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yeah, we're taking a break, right? That's what we're going to
Yes, this is for a break.
Good.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves? Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
All right, we are on break until 15 minutes, 6:35. I'm going to go ahead and call us back to order. We're a little late, but I want to respect the time of these good citizens that have stayed with us through our intermission. We are now going to do these eminent domain public hearings, so I'm going to go ahead and open the hearing.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Testing, 1, 2. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and sound the items.
Okay, go ahead.
And have you open the public hearing after that.
Thank you.
The first item under eminent domain public hearings, it's a public hearing and request council approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk and bridge improvements for Fairburn Road Upgrade Phase 2, Project T-271, Parcel 5, to authorize the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to condemn said property interests where necessary and for other purposes. This is located at 0 Fairburn Road at Utoy Creek, District 1, and the cost is $800.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, we did not receive any comments through email or online. Is there anyone present who wishes to make comment regarding this eminent domain action?
All right, can we hear from Mr. Valenzuela?
I think you can close the public hearing.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing, and we'll hear from Mr. Valenzuela. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and Council, our staff has done all proper steps before making the recommendation to come in and do an eminent domain. As a matter of fact, we've done multiple contacts for the past 3 months to the property owners, but we were not successful in getting a response, so we're in a position that the project needs to move, and our recommendation is to proceed with eminent domain.
All right, and $800 is this amount is correct?
Yes, sir. That's a fair market value.
All right, I will entertain a motion. Are we doing a motion? All right.
Move to approve the resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests to complete the sidewalk and bridge improvements for Fairburn Road Upgrade Phase 2, Project T-271, Parcel 5.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item was approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is public hearing and request council approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the sidewalk and bridge improvements for Fairburn Road Upgrade Phase 2, Project T-271, Parcel 6, to authorize the City of South Fulton, Georgia, to condemn said property interests where necessary and for other purposes. It's located at 0 Fairburn Road in District 1. The cost is $1,150.
All right, Mr. Valenzuela.
You gotta open the public hearing first.
No, I was going to call on him first.
You can. Yeah, your show.
He's up here. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The situation is very similar to a prior parcel. Unfortunately, the property owner has not been able to respond to us. We haven't received any response for the past 3 months, starting on December 3rd, 2021 to March 22, when we sent a 10-day letter sent via certified mail, no responses, and our recommendation is to proceed with eminent domain.
All right, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing now. Mr. Clerk, any for or against?
Mr. Mayor and Council, we did not receive any comments via email or through the website. Is there anyone present who wishes to enter public comment regarding this eminent domain action? I hear none.
All All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And I will entertain a motion.
I approve the resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interest necessary to complete the sidewalk and bridge improvements for Fairburn Road Upgrade Phase 2, Project T 271, Parcel 6, in the amount of $1,150.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote. I'm sorry, any discussion? No, these are, we're in the public hearing part now. This is the second one, item number 37.
Right. Okay.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
We already have a motion second.
Okay, you did, I'm sorry. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all right, please call the vote.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums? Yes. Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is a first read of an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance for the purpose of amending the regulations related to fastening bills, advertisements, notice to poles and trees, and signs in rights-of-way, and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
Dr. Rao?
It's the first read, but this deals with, as you know, we have signs affixed to trees in our city. We are addressing that. It would make it a code enforcement going forward, and it would align the city with state law as it relates to signage in the right-of-way.
Councilwoman Gums?
So thank you so much for this ordinance. One thing I wanted to see if we could add is traffic signs as well, because you know how people have been tacking on their election signs to speed signs and things of that nature. So if we can kind of incorporate that and maybe put in there about the 90-day, I guess, before election or after election kind of verbiage to help with that.
This would address it in all instances, and this does cover it. Because it relates to polls.
Okay, so it does traffic signs? Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
I have a follow-up question. So does it create an exemption for 90 days before and after election? Okay. I'm confused. What were you saying, Councilwoman Gums?
So that they would only, their signs would only be up 90 days.
It's not, it aligns with state law. So if that's something y'all want to look at, we need to look at it between now and the second read.
Okay.
Yep.
Got you. I wanted to clarify that. Go ahead, Councilman Willis.
What does state law say? Because I think 90 days is too much time. I'm still seeing candidate signs up, and the election was over a month ago. As a matter of fact, one of my seniors told me today that they didn't realize it was still the congressional race was over because they still seeing signs tag the polls on state highways and within our city, and so it's just ridiculous. And we don't want to impede the democracy process, but we also can't let the election process litter our city and our sewers and our drainage. It's getting ridiculous. Quickly. Yeah. State law basically says there are no signs in the right-of-way. So if people are campaigning, they can still put them in private yards, but you could not put them in the right-of-way. This is in response specifically. I got a lot of calls about private property owners who had signs on their property that were not authorized. And so I actually work with Mr. Morris on this as well. But you can still, again, people can still put campaign signs in their yards. This wouldn't preclude this in any way. It just deals with the right-of-way. And the penalty, because we need the penalty enforced. What's the penalty if they do? Because what's the penalty, like, state law, I mean, what's the penalty if signs? In state law, it's not allowed at all, period. We're just aligning ours with state law.
In the ordinance under D, a fine not to exceed $1,000. So it could be up to $1,000.
So you made it to the highest level of municipal, okay.
Right.
Okay, so it doesn't matter, it's no exemption. With this ordinance, with this resolution, there's no exemption 90 days before or 90 days after. It's just that with this resolution, there are no signs that are allowed in our right-of-ways, period.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion? I know this is the first read. I would like for us to, well, let me ask this first. Would it be $1,000 per sign?
Per sign. Per sign.
It does state for each unlawfully placed sign.
Yep.
I hear this, but I feel like $1,000 a sign is kind of high.
But you know what?
And wait, I still have the floor.
Okay.
And I also, there has been a lot of conversation about low voter turnout.
Mhm.
And so I think it might be worth having a 45-day exemption, because early voting usually starts about 30 days before, and then if there's a runoff election, you have a 30-day, the runoff happens in 30 days. So I think 45 days before or after for the right-of-way. I'm not talking about putting stuff on speed limit signs or freeway signs, but in the right-of-way, I think there's some people who only know that we're having an election or what city they're in, right, is when they see those signs. So I don't know, just for voter education, we don't have to decide tonight. I would ask people to consider that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think $1,000 per sign might be
I'd be willing to consider the fine, but I'm not as excited about changing the right of way. Again, you can still put sign in people's yards, so they should be paying attention to what's going on. I could tell you, I would like to find out how much the city spent and pumping all those signs out of Cascade Road that I had flooding issues, and we found out it was because people put campaign signs down the sewers. So, but we can talk further.
Yeah, we can
I'm
talk
open to
further.
feedback, and I'm open to giving consideration to the fine, but I want them out of the right-of-ways. And again, we still got signs all over poles across this city now from the last election.
Right, and the last thing I'll just say is if we're going to do that and be serious about enforcement, then we have to govern ourselves about our own signs. Because I still see National Night Out signs on Old National.
I agree.
You know, so we got to do that too.
I agree.
All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Of the advertising signs, because people are hiring these advertising companies and they come and dump advertisements in our city. I just think it's unfair for code enforcement to have to spend time and our resources, city resources, and our taxpayer dollars to have to clean up behind candidates who aren't responsible enough to go pick up their signs. And advertising companies who want to come and litter our community. I mean, when you go in other areas that are nice and pristine, they don't allow this. So why do we have to allow this in South Fulton? I mean, after every race, I go pick up my signs. So, you know, I know where my signs are and I go pick up my signs. And so everybody should be held to that same standard. I don't feel sorry for a fine per sign. And I just want us, whatever we pass, to enforce it.
Mayor, one comment from me?
Councilwoman Williams and then Councilman Sebastian.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilwoman Willis. I am not in any way opposed to it being $1,000 per sign, because I think it should be painful, and it should be painful enough to be a deterrent. And having that as a threshold, I think, would make people think twice about the way that they put things out, the campaign signs that they put out, particularly when you consider that they don't go pick them back up. So there are signs for candidates from the primary that we know were unsuccessful that have not been picked up. And it's not just here in the city of South Fulton. I see them in Douglasville. I see them in Lithia Springs. You know, I see them I've gone south down to Noonan for some things, you know, to visit some friends. I've seen it there. I've seen it in Kennesaw. You know, it's a problem statewide that the signs go out, but the signs don't get picked up. And particularly those that are zip-tied on 285 and 20 along the freeway, that I think that fines are designed to be a deterrent, and that it should be painful enough to make people think twice.
Councilman Sebastian.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to prolong it. I was just going to reiterate the same thing that Councilwoman Williams said. To me, they have to be painful. Sorry, the fines have to be painful to be deterrent. And if they're too low, you know, folks will decide, hey, I'm going to put them there and then pay the fine anyway. So that's, to me, let's keep the fine where it is.
Okay, I'm just gonna add one thing to think about. And this isn't, people who come to watch parties, I'm always at watch parties late because we don't even start the party until we pick up all the signs. But let's say, for example, someone comes to one of your campaign events, zealous supporter, they get 3 signs. They put those signs out in the right of way. Do you pay for them? Because your name is on the sign. Like, how do we know who put the sign out?
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Tell your people don't put them in the right of way. If you're giving the signs out, then as the candidate, your instruction should be to your volunteers where they can and cannot place the sign.
But I hear that. Volunteers don't always do what you tell them to do. That's all I'm gonna say. But I mean, I'm not up for election anytime soon. But next year, you may find that someone has put your sign someplace that you did not instruct them, and you will have to pay $1,000 per sign.
And I guess my thought around that is that you need to be careful about who you have working on your campaign, and don't have volunteers that are not going to observe the law.
All righty. Councilman Willis?
For the record, I have to agree with Mayor on that.
For the record, they do agree.
It's a full moon tonight. It's a full moon
They agree.
tonight.
All right. No, I just think that we probably need to put some type of language in the, I agree with what everybody is saying, but we probably need to put some type of language in the ordinance to say, once you are notified that your sign is improperly placed in the right of way, you have 24 hours to remove it. And I would like something like that, because we do have some passionate, I know I do have passionate people who support me, and, you know, I can tell them all day, don't put it in the right of way, but it's some people who love Helen, and they're going to be trying to plaster this whole city with Helen. So I have to agree. I think, to be fair, maybe we should put something, a caveat in the ordinance to say, once you have been notified by a city official or code enforcement, like they give notices of a notice of violation to people who have code enforcement, and they have like so many days to comply, come into compliance before they're fined. And so I'm just saying, let's just give them 24 hours once they have been notified. Yes.
Those safeguards are built into the ordinance. Under B, it goes, any signs found upon any public property but not in compliance with this section may be removed by the city. And then basically there's a graduation. You can receive a citation, and the citation will start $100, but they do give you opportunity if they have to remove them. The citation $100, and then there's a graduation, and the ultimate fine can't exceed $1,000. So that is represented in the.
But what I'm saying is, give them 24 hours to come remove the sign before they receive any type of fine. Like if you call me and say, look, your sign is improperly placed and it's such and such and such, give them 24 hours to come remove it. And then if it's not removed within 24 hours, then the fine can commence.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think,
Look at some language. I think that's a good compromise. And so, Attorney Hyman, if you work on that before the second read, I think that's agreeable.
absolutely. Councilman Sebastian.
Yeah, I agree. That's fair too, because I was just thinking about my own experience. And once winter came, I had to take some of my signs from some places I didn't know they could reach, right? So people, even not only your supporters, but other people can put your campaign in a place where you get fined and have to pay a lot of money. So I think we should be very careful with how quickly we start to let people have to write checks to us. So I agree to reconsider giving a notice before we fine. Yeah.
All right, well, we got a couple weeks to work it out. So this is first read. We don't have to vote on it tonight, but it sounds like we're going to have some conversations about this. We good? Can we go on sound the next item?
Next item is item 39, first read of an ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton zoning ordinance for the purpose of amending the regulations related to solid waste transfer stations and for other lawful purposes. This is also sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
This particular ordinance actually put some regulations in place for solid waste transfer stations. Our language that we had previously in place was vague at best. And so we strengthened to tighten that up and, making sure it's appropriate buffers between residential areas. What are they doing around smell? All of those shielding, all of that. So that's what this particular ordinance seeks to do. And it's a first read.
All right. Any discussion from anyone else? I just have one question. I assume you have been working with Public Works, and this is going to comport with whatever we're doing with our sanitation RFP.
Absolutely.
Perfect. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 40. This is request council approval of Fulton County multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, FEMA approved fire and rescue. Every 10 years, Fulton County EMA has to update the hazard mitigation plan for the city, and this is submitted for approval. Fire Department.
Chief Jones, could you just come up and give a few words about this? This is super important.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, the hazard mitigation plan, Fulton County approached us about 6 months ago. Every 10 years they have to update the plan. Obviously 10 years ago we weren't a city. So the department heads, legal, did some heavy lift. They gave us a tight timeline. We gave them all the documents. What this covers is our assets, permitting, planning, but once the plan was submitted to FEMA, FEMA approved the plan for Fulton County. Now it comes back to the cities to be approved. What this does is once you approve it, it gives us the right, if we have a natural disaster, a flood, tornado, with the Fulton County plan, we can get reimbursements for certain things. So this puts us, we were grandfathered in when we first became a city because we weren't a city, so we were grandfathered in. This makes it official now, so if we had another natural disaster, we would be open to grants, federal funds, and things like that. So it's a requirement to have a mitigation plan.
Awesome. Any discussion? I do have one question because we just have the executive summary here. Is there discussion in the plan about how global warming is increasing the occurrence of these natural disasters? We've had like 2 once-in-a-lifetime tornadoes already.
I would have to go into the document. It's
Right.
actually was sent out in a Dropbox because I think it's like 900 pages long. So I'll have to go through to see if it addresses global warming. I'm not off the top of my head, no, but I can look into it and see about that.
Awesome. I mean, if we can make revisions, I think that's just something a lot of cities, more coastal cities, but a lot of cities are beginning to think about climate resiliency. So I just want to build that into our plans.
Yes, sir.
All right. I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve number 40, request council to approve Fulton County multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, FEMA approved fire and rescue. I also move to approve request for council to council approval of resolution sponsored by Councilmember Rao requesting that no city funds be utilized to record or investigate reports of abortion. Request that that should be Councilmember Gumbs. I'm sorry. that the request for approval of a resolution requesting that no city funds be utilized to record or investigate reports of abortion care, and requests that South Fulton Police Department place reports of abortion-related care at the lowest and possible priority. I also approved the second reading, sponsored by Councilman Morale, second reading, and request for approval of an ordinance implementing penalties and driving on truck routes. And I also approve an ordinance sponsored by Councilmember Willis, Gums Williams, for the second read, requesting approval of an ordinance requesting the city code prohibition and firearms.
So that was items 40, 42, 43, and 44.
Yes.
It's been properly moved and seconded? It has? All right. That was a lot. No one else has discussion. I'm looking for the ordinance prohibiting the firearms.
Yes, that's how I had discussion on. I wanted to know what clarification on that.
It's in the parks. It's on page. It's item number
44.
44.
Oh, so it's limited to parks.
Yes.
Okay.
And it doesn't prohibit, because it's against the law that for us to prohibit bringing firearms into the parks. What it does is prohibit people from flashing and banishing firearms in our park facilities.
All right. Chief Meadows, did you have any comment about this resolution?
In great detail.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Hearing no other discussion, I'll take a roll call vote, please.
We have a motion to approve items 40, 42, 43, and 44. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Those items are approved.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item, Mayor's legislation and initiatives.
No, I think 41.
I'm sorry.
41.
It's just we just
Yep.
gotta read
Yep.
it.
41 is the first read of an ordinance to amend various sections of Title 16, alcohol beverages of the City of South Fulton Code of Ordinances for compliance with state laws, to update certain regulations related to the alcohol fee schedule, and for other lawful purposes. And this was submitted by staff.
Staff, could you just give whoever submitted this a brief?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. This is just to amend Title 16 as it pertains to the alcohol beverage license ordinance, so that we could be in compliance with state law, House Bill 879.
All right, and so just the changes, and I'm doing this because these meetings are not just for us as council. We may have read this, but it's also for our public. So could we just talk about the changes that are being made?
Yes, so changes that are being made, the first one would be in reference to the distance between churches and schools, eliminating at 200 yard, and it'll be within 100 yards distance. Also, Sunday sale hours for 11 a.m. and 12:30 to 12 to 11:45. My corrections. And the fee schedule, just adding the tastings.
Adding them, sorry, what?
Adding tasting events for the package stores. So it's basically just taking place of the tastings will not take place in public area of the stores. Of course, this will be for a licensed establishment, and that they will be entitled to 52 tasting events per calendar year.
Testing events may only take place during the hours that the licensed premises may lawfully sell unbroken packages of alcohol. Such tasting must last no longer than 4 hours, with only one tasting event being held per day. Only one type of alcohol beverage may be served at a tasting event, either malt beverage or wine or distilled. However, more than one brand of each type of alcohol beverage may be offered so long as no more than 4 packages are open at any one time. Yes.
Awesome. Got some hands on that. Are you done?
Yes.
All right. And if people do have questions, I see the hands. If people who are watching or are watching when, I don't know if we're broadcasting now or not, if they do have questions, they would contact the City of South Fulton Police Department.
Correct.
All right. Councilwoman Rowell.
The 200 yards of a church,
Yes, ma'am.
is that a reduction?
No, it was actually 100 yards in a church, but what was reduction is, as the ordinance pertains, is added, had school bus stops. But the school bus stops is actually related to school property. So we eliminated the school bus stops because it doesn't state that in state law.
And that was in ours.
Correct.
So long as establishment that sells alcohol is at least 200 yards away, they can sell? Is that?
100. So it actually says, any distilled spirits in or within 100 yards of any church building or government-owned operated alcoholic treatment center or within 200 yards of any school building, educational building, and school grounds.
Okay. 100 for church, 200
Yes.
for school.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman Gums.
So the intent of the tastings, so is there an overabundance of tastings happening somewhere in the city of South Fulton?
Not in the city of South Fulton, but it's just to be in compliance with the state law. So in case we do decide to have that with the liquor stores, then we'll already be in compliance with that.
So just so I'm clear, if just for, Camp Creek World of Beverage, if they are sampling, I guess, different vodkas or cognacs, they're only allowed to do that 52 times in the city of South Fulton
Per calendar
a
year.
Per calendar year.
That's the state law, that's not us.
Okay, I mean, I was just trying to clarify because I like tasting. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a follow-up question because we do have some wineries. So with that tasting law also, it doesn't specifically say that.
Well, it says only one type of alcohol beverage may be served at a tasting event, either malt beverage or wine or distilled, so it would include.
Okay. Oh, wait. But this is state law, so I get it. And when we're eliminating the school bus stops because that was an issue that we had with the daycare center. There was a school bus stop on the other side. So, all right. Any more questions? All right. I'll do a roll call vote.
That's first read.
Oh, this is the first read. Awesome. Next item, please.
Next item is item 45, Mayor's Legislation Initiatives. First is council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto of council's approval of a work session policy ordinance. This is sponsored by Council Members Rao, Willis, Williams, and Gums.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to override the mayor's veto of council's approval of a work session policy ordinance, as well as approval of the ordinance to amend the City of South Fulton's Charter, Article 3, Organization of Government, General Authority, Section 3.21, submission of ordinances to the mayor, sponsored by Williams.
So move. I have a substitute motion. Can I do, let me ask the mayor, do you mind if I ask the city attorney, can I do this?
Sure.
I wanted to add in the ordinance, where this is where we this ordinance talks about the organization of the regular agenda, or is it only just
Work session.
what I'm talking about? 46. We're overriding.
Yeah, only work session.
No, 45 is work session.
Oh, the numbers, okay, ma'am.
No,
She's right, you're right, 45.
Okay.
It's only work session.
Okay, the consideration to override the general authority of ordinance, the submission of ordinance. That's what I'm talking about, submission of ordinances. We wanted the submission of ordinances and resolutions to have the consensus of 4 council members before they were submitted. And my question to you is, can I amend that here, or will I have to submit a separate amendment to this ordinance?
Separate, that'd be new legislation, in fact.
All right, okay, we can move on.
Any further discussion? All right, I have some discussion. I just questions. The under section 1, the last paragraph says, all reports and presentations must be submitted in writing to the city clerk by 5 p.m. the Thursday preceding the work session for including in the next agenda. This is the problem that we just had. So that's 5 p.m. by Thursday means that the agenda would not be published until Friday. So would you all like for that to be 5 p.m. the Monday before the work session so that we can publish the agenda? We can have the meeting on Tuesday and publish it by Wednesday?
If I may, Mayor, I am already working with our attorney. I've made a request to attorney for something that will speak to that. So that will be forthcoming in the next month or so.
All right. And then my next question is, this asks for 2 presentations by city council. At this point, we have a request for 3 presentations by city council: stormwater, a monkeypox update, and public works. I can take one of those 2. Do you all want to keep those other 2? Or what is the plan to let me know what the consensus is for the 2 items that are going to appear from council? And I'm going to go right down the line, starting with Councilwoman Rowell.
I think the current ordinance speaks to it being the time of submission.
So my question is, because it takes a vote of council, right? How do I know that this is a consensus? It's just the first 2 council people that submit items?
I mean, just like we request to put things on the agenda now, we should still be submitting them to the city clerk, so he knows when they're coming in the requests are coming in.
When I am allowed to speak, Mayor, I can answer that because
okay.
Yeah.
You got it. All right.
So, I mean, that's how we operate now. We should be asking and submitting to the city clerk. That's not what we ask.
Well, because there are 2 items by council, so the council and bank. But Councilwoman Willis, you have a suggestion?
So this is the legislation that Councilmember Williams is sponsoring. In the legislative process, I put a note to say that how you determine priority is based on a request via email, and whoever emails you got first, the city manager, the clerk, whoever emails came in first, those are the priorities. So, for example, you got 3 presentations, you should have emails. I haven't sent that, I made that request. So if you already have 3 requests, you need to look at when you receive those requests.
I haven't received any in writing, so.
Well, because the ordinance speaks that it should be done in writing.
All right. Councilwoman Williams, did you?
Let me say mine right now.
All right. So I want to be clear. The first 2 requests that any member of council sends are the request of the council. All right.
That's the fairest way.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the vote.
We have a motion by Councilmember Rowell, seconded by Councilmember Willis to approve the override of the mayor's veto for items 45 and 46. Roll call vote. Councilmember Rowell. Yes. Councilmember Gomes. Yes. Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves.
Nay.
Councilmember Williams.
Yes.
That item is approved 5-1.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is a resolution for wage study to raise the city
No,
of...
that's not. We're on the second veto, I believe.
Oh, they took them,
46.
they took them together?
We took them together. We overrode both.
They took both of them together, 45 and 46.
We took them together.
All right, I'm going to make a comment. I didn't know that we were taking these together. I will just say that I am concerned. I have concerns that we are amending. We're amending the city charter, and it seems that we are systematically stripping this mayor of every power. It's been said often that my job as mayor is purely ceremonial. That's clearly not the case if we're amending the charter every other meeting. And I am concerned that we're overturning the will of the voters. But I will leave it there. Go ahead and sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
Excuse me, item 47, resolution for a wage study to raise the city of South Fulton's minimum wage to $20. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
Thank you. I just wanted to include this in our wage study. I am hearing from some of our lowest paid employees that their salaries are much lower than our highest paid employees, and that it has been hard to retain some of our talent in our frontline positions, our most public-facing positions. So I hope that we can include this possible wage increase. This is just a request to study this as part of our current wage study that we're pay and class study that we are doing. With that, I will entertain a motion.
I move we approve a resolution for a wage study to raise the city of South Fulton's minimum wage to $20.
It's been properly moved in second. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Rowell?
My question has to do with, I definitely support the wage study. I am semi-concerned about putting the amount in. I know we just did recently the $15, and we also did pay increases across the board, and we're also bringing up the fire department. I guess my question is the city manager. Do you have any concerns about this amount being specified? I know we talked about a wage study, so I'm okay with that. I'm just concerned about the specific piece.
I mean, it would probably be in the city's best interest that we not include a specific amount until we get a chance to do the wage study, because, for example, they may recommend $21 an hour, and I may be coming back to this council asking you to go up. So we are putting it in the fiscal year 23 budget, of course, to do a class and comp study. But I think it would be best if we would leave the amount out.
So to leave the dollar amount, just raise the minimum wage, but not include a dollar amount.
That's correct.
Councilman Sebastian, I saw you next.
I'm in
Thank
a
you,
queue.
Mr.
I'm in a queue.
Councilwoman Willis.
I have the floor right now, right? Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead,
All
Councilman
right,
Sebastian.
so,
I'm gonna make sure everybody gets a turn, though. Go ahead, Councilman Sebastian.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree that we should not really make a decision on the amount, but Madam City Manager, do you have any idea how many employees we have that make less than $20 an hour?
I don't have that number now, but I can get it to you all.
Okay, that would be nice to know, because at the end of the day, we may not be talking about a lot of money. I'm hoping, right? But I don't want us to bias the study, because if $20 an hour is not enough and we need to go to 25, I have no problems with that. But we really need to make sure. I hold the same view that anyone who works and give their services to the city should be able to live here. So whatever that line is, that's where I'm hoping we could get as a city. Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis.
I will not be supporting this, and I will not be supporting this not because I don't believe in fair wage and compensation. I do believe in fair wage and compensation, but we have already agreed to do a wage and compensation study, a comprehensive wage and compensation study to include all employees and this entire council. So why box ourselves in with $20 an hour? And the fair fight for wages, the fair fight for wages is $15 an hour, which we have already instituted that measure in place. And so I am interested to see what the comprehensive wage and study will yield, which may be in some cases higher than $20 an hour. So I don't support this measure. Because that was the purpose in this council agreeing for the city manager to go out and get someone to do a comprehensive wage and study on all personnel and also this council. And we have already taken care of one sector through our collective bargaining agreement. Thank you.
Councilwoman Williams.
My mic sounds nice, check two. Okay. I have to say that I'm not opposed to putting a dollar number on it at $20. That may be too low, but I think that we need to have a floor simply because I think that we have seen during this budget process that there seems to be a reluctance for people to ask for the staffing they need at a salary that is appropriate to meet the need. There seems to be a feeling among some that they have to go to the lowest possible common denominator and a resistance to doing even better. And I think my concern about removing the $20 would be that it would just be perpetuating the propensity for some to nickel and dime our employees to give them the least amount possible that they can get, that can be given. And I think that if it were to be taken out, I could support that only if it was for the cause of making sure that we are not nickel and diming our employees to death.
Any other discussion? I'm just gonna make this closing comment and appeal. A couple of weeks ago, I was flown out to Tacoma to be a part of this think tank called the Mayor's Innovation Project. There's a whole generation of new mayors that are trying to think of, progressive things to do. And as radical as this may sound, there are some really progressive mayors out there. Michael Tubbs was out there, and there is a group that I am joining, Mayors for Universal Basic Income. And they are starting universal basic income studies where they give people $500 to $1,000 a month. They randomly select 1,000 people to do it. When I was looking to move out of Camelot, so I do this job full time. I make $33,000 a year plus a little extra, so a little bit over that, $15 an hour. I was living with some friends in Cascade, and I said, I'm gonna look in Cascade. I'm gonna look at the apartments, the Greens at Cascade. Those are some older apartments. $1,200 a month, $1,400 a month. In order to afford a one-bedroom apartment in Atlanta, you must make $19.12 a month. So the fight for 15 has now moved to the fight for 20. And we've just got to think about that. I think that we could do $20 or more, you know, if we want to just make that, because people are saying it might be higher. I think $20 is going to be a lot, and we're going to have some compression issues even with 20. But if we want to do 20 or more, I'm cool with that too. But I think that when we pass resolutions like this to do studies and to think about things, it sends a message out. We talk a lot about wanting to have more positive press. This is a press release that can go out tomorrow. The city of South Fulton is thinking about raising its minimum wage to $20 an hour. We got all of these positions that we need to fill. We've had negative press in the past. This is just a freebie for great press. We're just saying we're going to study it. So I hope that we do study it. I hope that it's $20 or more. And I think it's fair to say that we won't have the study back this budget cycle, so we're not going to mess up. We're not going to give you anything extra to do, Madam City Manager. But I hope that we just consider the opportunity that we have to have a positive press release tomorrow that you know, would be meaningful throughout the metro area and maybe even help us attract more employees. Councilwoman, wow.
I hear you, and I hear what my colleagues are saying. I'm wondering if a simple word added to this could get us there. A resolution for a wage study to consider raising the city of South Fulton's minimum wage to $20. I could be okay with that. Maybe that's the two, because I do think everybody on this council is committed to our employees being able to take care of themselves. I would like to offer that for consideration.
And what is the word you're adding? Because it already said.
To consider raising the city of South. It sounded.
Oh, to consider. Okay.
Yes, it sounded definitive. I mean, if we can get there, I want us to get there, but I don't want us stuck either. So I was trying to find a balance.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think we're all struggling with this, but I think if we just look back at our recent history when it comes to staff, I believe earlier in the year, when I was a rookie, it was said that you wanted to raise or give staff raises, right? And then I believe we came back and we worked some things out and we all agreed to it. I see this no different. I see this as us doing due diligence, do the study, get more information, and make the decisions accordingly. And that's why I really wish we had had the information as to how many staff members make less than $20 an hour now, because just a quick calculation on my phone, $40,000 a year, it's a little over $19,000 an hour. So if you have the data, maybe that would help.
Based upon the fiscal impact that the finance director did, it has, we have about 30 full-time employees who average about $16 per hour. So that's about 30 who are less than $20 an hour.
30?
Yes.
That's really not a lot of money.
Right.
Huh? That's really not a lot of money.
Okay.
Again, for me, I'm an information-based decision maker. I want to have all the information because with that, I see this no differently. I see this no differently in saying, why shouldn't we do this? Because it's not going to cost the city a lot of money. But we still need to do the wage study to make sure, you know, we're doing right by everybody. But for those people who might be struggling right now, because we all know everything went up, I think getting an extra $4 an hour would actually help those people at the bottom, right? And so I would hope that we can come back and support this and change our mind and support it, given the information that we just had.
And so I'm sorry, is that a second for Councilwoman Rowell's changing the to consider raising?
I would second it.
Okay. Councilman Willis.
So for me, Mayor, with all due respect, this is not about a press release. I mean, yes, we need a lot we do a lot of things that don't get publicized. But, you know, I commend you going to this Innovation Mayors Conference, but I could care less about a press release. I want to do what's right, and I want to take a comprehensive approach to this. Now, our city manager just recommended to this council that we not put $20 into, we not box ourselves into $20, and we're going against her recommendation. And so I'm hearing, Ms. Sally Jones, can you give us, again, why you recommend for us not to do this? I mean, the comprehensive pay and wage study, this will be the second one in 5 years that this council has done. And it yielded, the first one that we did, it yielded significant increases, and it fixed a lot of compression issues that we had when we transitioned from the county. It even yielded us to increase our pay from what, $17,000. So, oh yeah, 13,000. It even yielded us. And so the comprehensive, I'm convinced that the comprehensive wage and study will take inflation into consideration. It will take cost of living into consideration. It will take the industry standards into consideration and get us where we need to be to fairly compensate people. So my question is to Ms. Sally Jones. In hearing this discussion, do you still recommend that we not do this? Box ourselves in with $20. And I'm Ms. Sally Jones, the city manager.
I mean, I still think that not putting a specific dollar amount, as you mentioned, will not limit us. So when we get the results of the class and comp study, it could very well be more than $20 an hour. So then I would want to come back and, you know, tell this council, this is what the amount is and this is what my recommendation is. So I would still suggest that you not put a dollar amount.
And because I have, along with Councilmember Rowell and Councilmember Gums, we have gone through, and when the mayor was a council member, we went through the wage and compensation study. It was comprehensive. It yielded significant increases in some cases. I'm still not going to support this because I believe in the comprehensive wage study. This is not about a press release for me, and I do respect the opinion of the city manager who handles the day-to-day operations of our city. And that's just where I am. If it passes, it passes, but I can't wholeheartedly support this knowing what I know. No.
Mr. Councilman Gums?
How long will the study take?
Well, it's in the FY23 budget, which will start October 1st. So right after, we can actually start to put the RFP together, and as soon as the new fiscal year, get it out. Just from things, from my understanding from past history, maybe 3 or 4 weeks to put it out on the street, and then for staff to have some time to assess and evaluate the RFPs, and then bring a recommendation back. I mean, 90 days maybe, but that's not, don't hold me to that, because it could be longer than that. But yes.
Okay.
Councilman Reeves?
Yes, Madam Jones, with this, so this implementation of it will be for FY24?
I mean, it could start in FY23.
Okay, so it can start in FY23 and then go,
yes,
okay.
yes.
Thank you so much.
And the last one that was done was in 2019.
All right, thank you.
And those, and the start date could also be recommended by the study. That could be one of the findings of the study.
Yes.
Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, little quick back of the envelope calculations. It's a little over $300,000 that we're talking about for the employees for a year. The 30 employees, I believe, if my numbers are correct. So again, overall, that's not a whole lot of money. So whether we do it to start the year or whatever, I think we just need to set the floor somewhere there. I'm in agreement. so to me, it's not either or, it's both, right? Because for some people, getting $4 raise right now means a lot, right? And so even while you're going through the process of doing the other things, as council, we can say, we're not gonna go any lower than that, right? And I don't think that's biasing the study in any way. The study is gonna be the study. But I'm just concerned that people are looking to get a little bit of help right now as staff, and we are trying to attract more people. You know, we're shorting so many staff. So I hope that we can find that middle ground to say it's not one or the other, it's both.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote.
Yes, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Reeves, seconded by Councilmember Williams, with a friendly amendment by Councilmember Rao, seconded by Councilmember Sebastian, to change the word raise to consider raising, resolution for wage study to consider raising the city of South Fulton's minimum wage to $20. Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
No.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved, 5-1.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is a resolution to decriminalize menthol cigarettes in the city of South Fulton. This is sponsored by Mayor Khalid.
All right, this is similar to the abortion access resolution in that we are just asking for this to be a low priority crime. If the FDA, they were supposed to vote in July. I'm not sure if the vote happened or not, but if they pass this vote, then menthol cigarettes will become illegal. They will become contraband, and people could be arrested for smoking menthols, buying menthols, selling menthols, and I'm just asking for this to be a low priority in our city. And with that, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve a resolution to decriminalize menthol cigarettes in the city of South Fulton.
Second.
It's been properly moved.
Discussion.
And seconded. Any discussion, Councilman Sebastian?
I want to hear from Chief on this one. Again, information, what's been happening out there, how we've been treating it. And I don't know much about these things because I don't smoke. I never had. Is there any information that suggests smoking menthol cigarettes lead to other stuff?
It does lead to health issues.
Cause health issues, and that's one of the things that the body has to consider, certainly when, the health and well-being of citizens and constituents.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao. And this is to approve.
I guess I'm okay with it, yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. That item was approved, 5-1.
And just to remind you, the city of South Fulton is a smoke-free city.
That was my dilemma.
And that's why I voted no.
All right, please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
Next item is a charter amendment, public hearing. First read of an ordinance amending the city charter, city clerk duties, sponsored by council members Willis, Gum, Sebastian, Reeves, and Williams.
So moved.
This is a first read, and
My apologies, Mayor.
Yeah, no, that's right. This is a first read, and we're gonna do a public hearing. Is there? But would anyone like to comment on this amendment?
I will, because I led the ordinance.
All right, Councilman Willis.
When you study, and I've done the research for most city council governments, and we are a city council, city manager government, the clerk typically falls under the city council purview of the city council and supports the city council in various facets. And so the original Charter House Bill 514 did have the clerk under the city council, and it was a mayor appointment. So it still is a mayor's appointment, but he will go under the city council purview, which is in alignment with most city council, city manager forms of government.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do you have any speakers for or against?
We did not receive anything via email or online. Is anyone here present that wishes to enter public comment?
Any speakers? We can do a for side and an against side here. All right, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close. Oh, I'm sorry, I go ahead. I saw a.
I appreciate the happy and that it went smoothly and I just want to.
What is she doing?
I just wanted to acknowledge that y'all had a very good meeting today, and I appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Don't jinx us, Miss Leverett. No. All right. Closing. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I will say that I hope that we can, for our future, we did this. I went back and looked at the history, and we did this when we raised our salary. So I hope that we can just do these sort of public hearings for any future changes that we're going to make. Please sound the next item.
Next item is item 50. First read of an ordinance to amend Title I, Administration, Chapter 6, Municipal Employees of the Code of Ordinance of City of South Fulton, Georgia, to add Section 1-6011, Temporary Employment Services and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by council members Williams, Willis, Sebastian, and Reeves.
All right, is there any discussion?
So this is a first read.
Okay, I actually do have some discussion, some questions. I did not see any comments from our HR department. Has this been, and I think, has this been reviewed by our HR department? Is this recommended by our HR department?
Well, at this point, we don't have a HR director as of yesterday. So I can't answer that question whether or not it's being reviewed or recommended by the HR department.
Okay. This is the first read. I do have some concerns. Paragraph 1-611.3 says that the use of temporary agencies to fill positions shall be limited only to those positions that have been identified as being a critical hire by a resolution of the city council. So my first concern is this, is that I would like to get some feedback from department heads. it has been told to me that multiple departments have used temps and temp agencies, and that the temp agency that you would use to hire someone to answer phones at the front desk is different than the temp agency you might use in a public works or planning capacity. We've had temps for planning. We've had temps in our finance department. And number one, I question council's expertise to identify what is and is not a critical hire across the multiple departments in our city. That's first. The second question that I would have would be, we only meet and vote once a month. So now we don't have an HR director. I don't know how her work is getting divided up. If this resolution, this is a first read, but if this resolution were passing tonight and we needed to hire temps in our HR department, the council would have to decide tonight in its own understanding whether those positions were critical or not. And I just think that we're getting a little bit too far into the management and the human resources of departments in our city, and that we should probably trust the department heads that we've hired and pay 6 figures to, because every department head in our city makes 6 figures, that they can determine what is a critical hire that they need for their department, and that they don't have to wait until the next council meeting to get permission to hire a temp. Councilwoman Willis.
At the end of the day, we are a city council, city manager form of government. The city manager is responsible for the daily operations. If the city manager needs additional resources, if the city manager needs us to approve additional monies for resources, then that role is empowered to bring it forth to this council to do so. What I don't agree with, we can't on one hand say that we want to bring services inside and hire permanent employees and have employees, and then we fill our city up with temporary employees. And the expenditures that I've seen come through this city for temp agencies, to me, is just ridiculous. We could have published the role, interviewed for the role, and hired people, qualified people for some of these roles. And so if the city manager needs resources, if the person that's in that role need resources, they need to bring that to this council. If the city manager needs us to make a decision relatively quickly, they can bring that request to council, and we even have the mechanism to call special meetings. I yield.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, I think Councilwoman Willis said much of what I was going to say, but I think, just that the structure that we already have in place, and we can use the current example that the HR director quit yesterday, clearly that would be, I think, clear to everybody, including Ray Charles from the grave, that would be a critical hire. And the city manager is well empowered to bring something to this council to say we need to have a temp in that role. But I think that it is also important for us to recognize that we cannot run the city using temps and contracts. We need permanent employees, and getting temporary helps and contracting out services is not the way to run a city. And there needs to be more thought and more deliberation and more intention about filling roles with permanent people, and not falling back on, well, I'm gonna just get a temp and half the city's a temp, and half the 50-something vacancies, 50-something temps, who's actually doing the work? Because see, now this spills over to the residents who call all of us and complain. They can't get the phones answered, they can't get information, they can't get reports, nobody, nobody's there. We need a workforce, and temp agencies cannot be the solution to our workforce.
There any other questions, comments? All right, well then I will just have, and I hate to put you on the spot, Madam City Manager, but as we have done for a previous resolution, do you recommend this solution?
Well, first of all, let me announce that we are having a job fair next Wednesday. I'd like to encourage the public to please spread the word. A lot of times things get pushed out on social media. This is your opportunity to push some facts out. We are having a job fair on next Wednesday, August the 31st, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. here at Welcome All Park, actually in this particular room that we're in right now. Mayor, as you all mentioned, I manage the day-to-day operations of the city. And, we want to field all of our positions, but there are opportunities when we need to have a temp agency. We need to have a contract person in a particular position. Since I've been here, we haven't used temp agencies that often. And I'm gonna say, relatively speaking, we haven't used them that often. We do have one actually right now in the finance department to help us with purchasing. We have another individual in the finance department to help us as a budget analyst, because we're going through the budget process right now. So, I would say if you would leave that responsibility up to me to determine whether or not we need to have a temp agency, and therefore I don't feel as if legislation is necessary.
All right, thank you for that advice. I'm sure that we will take it under advisement, and we have time to have more discussions before September 27th, when this will come up for a second read. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 51, request council approval of an emergency ordinance declaring a state of emergency in the city of South Fulton, providing for city meetings to be held virtually, providing for an effective date, and for other lawful purposes. Sponsored by Councilmember Rao.
I'd like to make a motion to approve, along with a few other items. So I would like to request the council approval of an emergency ordinance declaring a state of emergency in the city of South Fulton, sponsored by Councilmember Rao. Item 52, request council approval of resolution adopting a conflict of interest policy for elected officials, appointed officials, and employees of the city, and for other lawful purposes, sponsored by Council Members Williams, Willis, Sebastian, and Reeves. Item 53, second reading and request council approval of an ordinance amending the selection members to the ethics panel, sponsored by Councilmember Williams. And item number 54, which is a request to council approval of a resolution granting special council authority to enter into a joint defense agreement with the City of Atlanta and the City of Sandy Springs to file legal actions on the city's behalf as necessary to accomplish the purpose of securing a distribution of loss. And this is sponsored by the City Attorney's Office.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. We're going to enter into discussion, but I'm really going to ask. I got a batch approving things for contracts, but these are wildly different. They just cover a variety of different topics. I mean, I can't stop y'all from doing it if that's how y'all want to do it, but we're just going to have discussion about multiple items at one time. Councilman Sebastian. I'm going to acknowledge Councilman Sebastian, and yes, I'm going to acknowledge Councilman Sebastian, and I will come back to you. I let you go first last time. Councilwoman Willis, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis. Everybody's going to get a chance to speak, though, I promise. Councilwoman Willis. It's okay.
Right. Amen.
Councilman Willis.
Actually, you're right. We have been talking about how we just get along, and I just want to make a short comment about 51, because Councilman Morale has been catching a lot of flack about sponsoring this ordinance, and I just going to be very transparent. I don't know why we don't get this information anymore. We used to get it on the onset of the pandemic, but I can count 5, and I'm not, going to expose who they are, but 5 people in the city, as recent of last week, have been out due to COVID. And Ms. Tyler Jones, we need that information, whether it's a biweekly basis on how many employees are contracting COVID, not their names, but we need the information on the departments and how many people are contracting COVID, because I was literally in close proximity of an individual, and then the next day they went out on COVID, for COVID. And some of us are taking care of elderly people. Some of us have to go around elderly people. And it's just not fair that as a council, we don't have that information. What this ordinance does is give us the capability to have virtual meetings in the event we do have outbreaks or we do have a high COVID rate. And now we have monkeypox. And we are approaching flu season. We are approaching a season where when it's going to start getting cold, COVID is going to be on the rise again, because that's when it was on the rise last year. And I support Councilman Morale. This is not about us not being transparent and not wanting to give people the capability to come and participate in meetings in person. If you look in the audience, nobody's here anyway. So, most people are at home online. I think that if we have those instances where COVID is on the rise, monkeypox is on the rise, we should have the capability to go back virtual, and we shouldn't have to come in person to do that. And so, in defense of Councilman Morale, who's been catching a lot of flack for this, that's the sole purpose of us doing this, to make sure that we have the ability to go virtual in the event we have a rise in cases.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask for clarification as well. This is the same thing. And it seems as if it's just us having to do this to give us the options all the time. So, again, it's nothing nefarious. It's just having a tool that if we need to use it, we'll use it. And so I would say that we would support this and vote for it.
Councilwoman Williams.
And, I think for all of the grief that Councilman Morale has had to take for trying to give us the flexibility to be able to have the virtual meetings, I think that it's important to point out that she has been consistent in having the foresight to make sure that we are able to meet virtually if the need arises. I think particularly now that we have to contend with monkeypox on top of COVID, and the rise in the monkeypox cases that they're now reporting on the news could very well put us back in a place of having to be virtual, either because so many people are sick we can't staff a meeting, or we go back into a lockdown because the two pandemics are raging simultaneously. So I would hope that going forward, because this is something we have to do every 30 days for legal reasons, I would hope that going forward we would not continue to vilify Councilmember Rao for attempting to put this measure in place, really to keep everybody safe and everybody protected as we try to continue to navigate through these pandemic streets, the panic at the disco, as it were.
All right. We're talking about item 51, so I'm gonna talk about that now. First, I just want to apologize for the people who have stayed. Y'all are not nobody. There were several more people here. I don't think that our meetings are declining in attendance because people aren't interested. It's just because we're on hour 4 now. And I don't like the tone that I see on Nextdoor. I'll just start there because I'm not really a Nextdoor person like that. But
Really?
It gets a little whatever. But I will say that this is. I'm attempting to be as diplomatic as possible. We are not just discussing the option, right? We are saying that our work session is going to be virtual. And this is not a prelude to I'm going to veto it, I'm not going to veto it, but I'm just saying we're at a point now, 2 years in the game, where we just don't have work sessions in person anymore, right? And maybe someone's going to pass something at the state level that allows us to just say our work sessions are all going to be virtual, and then we won't have to do an emergency resolution. But I do think that, number one, we have to be honest that we are just not having in-person work sessions. And number two, as we're thinking about the space planning, we've talked about this new public works department, and we're buying land for police and fire and all these things. We do have to consider at some point this is going to be over. And we need to have a plan on where we would have in-person work sessions. So as we're doing our space planning, as we're hiring our real estate planner, we know that we can't do 2 meetings a month at Southwest Arts Center because their schedule doesn't accommodate it. We can't even do all of our regular meetings at Southwest Arts Center. So we just gotta be thinking about, as we raise the awareness of our city, more people start coming to the meetings, I hope that happens, that we are thinking about how are we going to house these meetings? How are we going to house the board and all of the advisory boards and committee meetings that we have? We just really gotta do some space planning. And so I don't want these continuing resolutions to lull any of our staff into thinking, oh, we don't need to be thinking about that. Because what we do know is when we do have to think about it, it's going to take several months to work it out. And the last question that I would ask is that, or the question that I would ask is, I am hoping that one of our budget meetings will be in person. I think the online presentations for the department were fine, but can we commit to having one millage rate hearing in person? Especially seeing what happened tonight. Like if this were a millage rate hearing, nobody would have saw it because, we didn't have our internet working. Is there a millage rate hearing that we can definitely say will be in person?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for the city manager, but finance had to advertise that meeting, so it's already been advertised as virtual. But previously you did say you wanted one of the budget hearings to be in person, which is why the last budget hearing is an in-person.
September 23rd.
Correct.
Okay, that's what
correct.
I mean, millage rate budget. I just want to make sure there's one where people can show up and people who don't do the Zoom stuff can show up and do their things and comment. All right. Councilwoman Willis, go ahead.
So my comment about no one is not here was taken literal. Nobody is here is taken literal. And it was not meant in a way to demoralize anyone, Mayor. What my comment in context of what I said was that our council meetings are not well attended in person, and they haven't been for a while. In the grand scheme of things, we have 102,000 residents in this city. We get on an average of 20 to 30 people in these meetings, and whatever topic they're interested in hearing, after that topic is heard, they clear out. And what I'm saying is, yes, we should continue to have that in-person meeting whenever we can, and I'm a proponent for it. I was elected having in-person meetings, but we can't negate the fact that we are still in a pandemic. The cases do rise from time to time. This is not about virtual work sessions. This is simply for us to have the capability to have virtual meetings in the event, not only to address space issues, but in the event, the main reason we are having virtual meetings is because our cases, COVID cases, sometimes the numbers go on a rise, and it's in the best interest of everybody, not just council, not just constituents, but our employees, to have virtual meetings. And so we can't help what the state law is. The state law makes us have to come back and do this every 30 days. And until our state legislators make a change in the state law, this is what we have to do. And so I just don't want it to be put out there that we have made a decision to just, yes, we have work sessions virtually, but we also have space accommodation issues. We're here in Welcome Mall when we were over at Southwest Arts Center because they had a play. But we're here at Welcome Mall because they didn't. So it's unfair to vilify this council unnecessarily. We got a pandemic and we have space issues. And we're trying to work with all of that. Ms. Sally Jones is responsible for day-to-day operations. She knows she needs to do future planning. She knows that this pandemic isn't going to last forever. We even have space issues where it comes where employees are going to work. So let's just be fair and stop trying to vilify this council.
I see you. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Willis, I agree with some of what you're saying. I really wanted to make sure that we realize that it's the cadence as to how the meetings happen, why the work session is the one that end up happening online, because we don't vote in the work session so we could then have a virtual council meeting. We vote here, so then the only other option we have is to make the work session virtual if we so choose, right? So I just think we're making a little bit too much out of this. And
Absolutely.
yes, Councilmember Willis, I did chuckle because I know you didn't mean that nobody was here. So
made a big deal out of that.
if we could get back to that spirit of getting along, I would appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Councilwoman Gums.
I call for the previous question.
So move.
It's
we call for the previous question.
The previous question has the previous question has been called for. I'm going to entertain. I just want to be clear that the previous question has been called to approve 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, though we've only had discussion about one of the 5.
That's all we want.
So I will roll call vote for the previous question.
It's a motion by council, or the previous question. Motion by Councilmember Gums, second by Councilmember Reeves. Roll call, Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gums.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves? Aye. Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
The question has been called.
All right, roll call vote to approve items 50 through 54.
Actually, it's 51 through 54.
51 through 54.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Those items are approved unanimously.
I'm just going to say this. When we batch approve items like that, and then we call for the previous question, we are creating a consent agenda. So we basically approved 4 items without any discussion. And I think if we're going to batch together items like that, I think that it's only fair that if people have a question about an item, that they are able to get through their questions if we're going to do 9 items at a time. Because what we are in effect doing is creating a consent agenda out of a council agenda and limiting discussion and debate that might be informative, not just for us, but for our public about these items. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
We are on the add-on agenda at this point. The first item is a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council recognizing the proliferation of investor-owned housing in the City of South Fulton and urging the Georgia General Assembly to protect communities by passing legislation to regulate corporate ownership of private homes and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Gums.
Councilwoman Gums?
Yes. The reason why, of course, we all know, especially the residents that live here, are experiencing a lot of investors buying up in their home. And what prompted me was that we did a study in my particular subdivision, and we had 8 homes that sold last year, and 7 of them were bought by investors. And South Fulton zip code of 30349 has been the one that has been 60% of home purchases in 2021 were brought by investors. I think is well overdue in time for us to really ask the state to kind of step in regards to this mess of not being able to have affordable housing, boxing people out, raising the high rents. They're just making it pretty much just unachievable for the person with the American dream. So this is a request on behalf of the City of South Fulton, and hopefully other municipalities will join on that are experiencing the same thing as far as investors buying up properties. And I want to also thank Attorney McClendon for helping me through this process in regards to this legislation.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Councilman Sebastian.
I just want to commend you, Councilman Gums, for doing this. It is a huge problem nationwide, and I think specifically, maybe even in the City of South Fulton, where a lot of good properties are affordable, right? And so I see them even in my own area where a lot of people buy these properties, and then the problem that is resulting from these companies buying these properties, they then take shortcuts, so they don't put a lot of management into managing these properties, so then it falls on the city and code enforcement and all that sort of stuff. So it's costing us money as a city. So hopefully we can start the dialogue and get the General Assembly to act. So thank you much.
Okay.
Councilman Reeves.
Thank you to my colleague, Sister Carmelita Gums, and our attorneys for working on this. And I hope that we can push forth some legislation that I had to really kind of enforce these rules to happen. So if this is the first step, then that's great. And I look forward to working with my colleague to further and put some enforcement restrictions on these properties, on these investment properties.
All right. Councilwoman Rowell. Sorry.
Thank you. Again, kudos on this. This has been an ongoing problem, and I also think we have to do a lot of education to the public because they have a choice in this as well. When they decide they want to sell, they don't have to sell to a company.
Don't sell grandma's
Right.
house.
So we really do need to do some education on that. And I have a request of the city manager and the staff. Former Councilman Baker introduced some legislation which we supported, the investor harassment ordinance. And I would like there to be some education around that, how the public can report that if they're getting calls. I think we need to make a couple examples out of people who call us all day and text us all day and night. And so if the police department can put out some information to the public, how they can report this information, I just would welcome that.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you for mentioning Dr. Baker's legislation. I was actually going to ask, I think that it was great legislation. I don't know that we have enforcement of it. I think when we revisit I think a great place to do that reporting might be our 311 call center. If people are calling there and maybe just even making a C-click fix item, I don't know. But I do think we need to revisit the teeth in that legislation, the penalties. I'm not sure that there are any penalties in that resolution. And then we would also need to think about who and how they would enforce, who would enforce that resolution and then how, like what department, is that code enforcement, is that police, whomever, CDRA. And then lastly, this looks like the beginning of a legislative agenda. So I just want to, put it on your mind. I know there's a lot of other things happening right now, but before pre-filing begins, we do need to sit down with our new state delegation. I'm not even sure who's they redrew the districts and renumbered them. I'm not even sure who our delegation is, but we do need to sit down and meet with the members old and new. All right, this is a resolution.
Yes.
So I'm going to, we have a motion and a second. Would you roll call the vote, please?
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Yes. Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That item is approved unanimously.
All right, would you please sound the next item?
The next three items are first read ordinances. The first one is an ordinance by the City of South Fulton creating the Department of Public Affairs, establishing the position of Director of Public Affairs within the Department of Public Affairs, creating the position of Press Secretary within the City Manager's Office, providing job summaries and principal duties and responsibilities of all positions and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Councilmember Williams.
Councilwoman Williams?
They are all first reads.
All right, I do have some questions only because the second read will happen after the adoption of the budget. So, well, my first question is, Madam City Manager, is this your recommendation?
It's not my recommendation. I mean, of course, this was legislation that was brought forth by the council member, and it's going through the legislative process, and I did put comments in and some questions that I had.
All right, and then this was not included in the budget. So if we are thinking about passing it, when you bring the budget back out, you will bring back a funding source for this position?
Yes.
All right. All right, Councilwoman Willis.
I just would like to mention for the record that when is Ms. Saller Jones' recommendations, when does her recommendation matter? Because she just recommended for us not to take the action that had a $6 million fist to it in the agenda, and we did it anyway. So she's recommending we not do this. And I do think we need to look at all aspects of. Ms. Tyler Jones, can you please tell us why this is not your recommendation? Because to me, your recommendation does matter.
Well, first of all, I mean, I've read through the draft legislation. Again, I put some questions in just to provide some clarity that I needed. It was my understanding that we were going to have a position in the city clerk's department, which is what we did put in the fiscal year 23 budget. We named it a communications manager. So that's what I was thinking that person was going to be doing in assisting with the elected officials. But I mean, I just, there's a dollar value behind it. We do have to take that into consideration. And I just, really was trying to understand what the responsibilities were going to be. So that's the concern that I had.
And so I too thought the press secretary role was supposed to be under the clerk's office. I don't understand why it's under the city manager's office, because I thought that when we moved the clerk under us, that role was supposed to be to help council with communication issues. I am concerned about having a communications department and external affairs department and a press secretary role under the city manager. So I am confused on that. So
can we, if
I'm sorry, I yield.
No, I was going to say that if
I'll yield, Mayor, I will yield to Councilmember Williams, and then after she's finished, it comes back, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Sure.
Well, I think what I was going to see is if the attorney would allow Ms. Vernay to answer that question, because those were her recommendations as we were working on it, which I accepted. So I don't want to speak for her or provide, put words in her mouth or misrepresent what her rationale was.
Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Originally, Councilmember Williams wanted the position of press secretary to report to council. And my recommendation was that to have that position report to council and have 7 or 8 people telling one press secretary when to do X, Y, Z might be problematic, and perhaps it will be best under the city manager's purview. I was not aware that the city manager was looking to place a communications manager under the clerk's office. But again, the recommendation for the city manager was, why put that person under the council and have them running 7 different directions, have it under the city manager, and you guys can communicate to the city manager when you want a press release for your district or something like that, and have that message passed down. But if it needs to be under the clerk, that's fine.
Yeah, are you fit? Because it comes back to me if you finish. Okay.
I'm fine with it being in either position. I think the conversations that had been had around the delineation of roles, things that we saw ourselves running into by having things combined and trying to differentiate what is the city, what is the council, some of the conflicts that have arisen out of that. This was trying to address some of the things that had risen to the top recently, and to do it in a way where there are clear roles of who's going to be responsible for internal, who's going to be responsible for external, and then who's going to be responsible for the press, for calling it a press secretary, communications manager, whatever you call it, for the press releases and things that we've talked about extensively around how we are communicating. or rather not communicating. So having that role delineation, trying to operationalize the role delineation around the things that we have been discussing now for months on end that we know are problematic. You know, recognizing that no, it's not going to be the recommendation of people who, you know, are going to see their quote unquote power being taken, but we have a city to run. And I don't think that we can get into power and who has the power to do this, who has the power to do what is going to make us efficient and effective as a city. Nobody's ever going to recommend to have something that they see as their power taken from them. Does that mean that it's wrong to do? No. We have to be efficient and effective.
All right. And so you yield back to me? Okay, thank you. So let me say this.
Because we're getting along today.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'll talk to you about it later. Will you be amenable? Because I think my understanding, my intent, Ms. Vernay, Attorney Vernay, is for when the city clerk is put back under the council, mayor and council, that a resource goes under the city clerk. So this press secretary role goes under the city clerk, not us. I don't want anybody reporting to me no more people reporting to me than it's supposed to be reporting to me. So that person goes under the city clerk, and Ms. Sally Jones said they have already budgeted for a role under the city clerk to support the council. And so the other thing I would like to ask, will you be amenable to doing? Because I want to be fair, and we got to think about roles. We got to think about roles and not individuals. And for me, I'm not thinking about individuals. Department heads report up to the city manager. And Ms. Sally Jones, I do think we need an external affairs resource. I think that is an area that needs improvement. I do think that we are very weak in that area for whatever reason. I don't know. I don't deal with the day-to-day operations. I just know we're not getting the best external affair. We're not getting the best external affair service that we need. We're not getting the service that we need in the city. So would you be amenable, now that we're in the budget process, instead of creating a whole department that will require a director and employees, would you be amenable to putting a role under the communications department for somebody to deal with external affairs? I mean, will you be amenable? Because she is not recommending that we create a external affairs department. She said she's not recommending that because it will require a director, it will require employees. How many employees are we calling for in the external affairs department? 3? But it was 2 specialists in the ordinance.
I'm sorry, if I could just interject really quickly, because we do have
asking questions.
I know, but I just want to say we do have some other comments. This is the first read. We don't have to work it out tonight. I don't think we will, and even if we did, we have to find the money for it. So I just want everybody to be cognizant of that. If we could maybe just keep it to questions and concerns and things that we need department heads to research and get back to us on.
And so that's the question I'm asking. How many people is this department calling for? Ms. Sally Jones says she doesn't agree with creating another department because it's going to require an additional funding line. How many people is this department? We're creating an external affairs department for one person?
But so if you go back and you look at the notes that I put where I crossed that out, because we had made changes that didn't get carried all the way through. So it's really just that one person for external affairs and then that one press secretary.
So can that external affairs person go under the communications instead of creating a whole other department?
No.
Okay.
Councilman Sebastian.
Yeah, I too have some concerns over creating a whole new department, and so I look forward between now and the second read to have some additional discussions with the author of this, and hopefully we can do a little tweaking here and there. And secondly, on the original, in terms of that position for communication going under the clerk's office, I think it's just a matter of us getting on the same page, because it sounds as if we're saying this person is needed, but as to where they land, which seem to be under the clerk's office is preferred, I hope we can just work that out.
Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you for recognizing me. Couple observations. I think given the fact that the city manager has put a communications manager in the budget already, and that person would report to the city clerk once we complete the charter amendment, I think it gets us where we need to go as opposed to creating something else. And you know, I don't want us to create positions. I think we need to deal with whether we have the right skill sets in any department. And so with that being said, we have some vacancies in communications. We need to focus on getting that external communications or crisis communication skill set hired versus creating another position. I think that's, you know, that's a compromise. I'm just listening to kind of where it seems people are, and we got to get the right people in the seats in these jobs, and they have to have the right level of expertise, and that's just the bottom line.
All right, thank you. I think that was good discussion, and thank you. I think I agree, Councilman Rao, every problem doesn't require a legislative solution. But we have some time. I would encourage people to get what you can figured out well before our next meeting, because we need to get it in the budget. Please stay on the next item.
Next item is for first read only, an ordinance to amend Article 9, Administrative Affairs of the City of South Fulton Charter to add Section 4.16, Internal Auditor, and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Council Members Williams, Willis, Sebastian, and Reeves.
This is much like the previous item. I do want to start by asking the city manager, one, is this your recommendation? And two, is it currently in the budget that you have proposed?
So I do think we need an internal auditor. I think that will address some of the some issues that we, you know, are currently dealing with. I don't necessarily think it needs to be, well, I mean, I guess from models that I've seen, it's either been in the finance department or in the county manager, city manager's office. But I know in this case, I believe it's to create its own separate department. Again, you know, you're going to have to get a director. You're going to have to probably get staff, because at some point, as our city grows, you know, one person may not be able to handle everything. So, Mayor, I do support this one.
All right, and is this currently in the budget, or will you be bringing, this is something we'll have to cut something to put it in?
This is something we need to put into the budget, because I don't think it's in here, no.
All right, well, I look forward to you and our finance director's recommendations. And again, just we are required by law to pass a balanced budget. So every position that we are creating tonight, something will have to be cut to pay for it. Councilman Willis?
Mayor. So I did a little research on this, and my concern about just hiring one internal auditor is that one person for this entire city. That is going to be a lot. And I do support us having an internal auditor. I don't know if we have the means to have a department right now, but I have called, and some cities are using firms to handle their internal audits because they have resources. They have CPAs, certified financial planners, and all of that in these firms that's handle internal audits. And so, I mean, I support the internal auditor, but I just think between now and when this comes back, we need to research and study the best way to do it. We definitely need internal auditing in the city of South Fulton, but we need to research how we do it. And I just think one person with a lot of the things that I've seen and issues that I've seen, it's just going to be a lot and labor intensive for one person to do.
I have, go ahead, Councilman Williams.
So I don't disagree with that. I think the two things can happen together. I think that we can have an independent internal auditor to address the issues and problems that we are continuing to find, even as recently as the budget presentations, where we all found out in real time on camera in front of the entire city that the camera money had been rolled into the operational fund rather than set aside. If we had an internal auditor or an internal auditor that was working with an external auditing firm, we wouldn't have been put in that position. Because that's something that could have been caught earlier, and that's just one example. So I think that we can do what you're saying, which is have that independent internal auditor so we have checks, balances, and oversight, and we're not getting put on the spot like that where we can't react to it in real time, and still have that internal auditor be empowered to work with an external auditing firm to handle the depth and the scope of the work that would need to be done.
Dr. Rao.
Thank you. I think I want to say that I appreciate the fact that we are now moving to segregating a lot of these accounts, and that Ms. Karen Slayton-Dixon has been very good about that, something that we should have done a while ago, and I think that's why we've kind of found ourselves in this situation. So while that's been the case, I think we're moving in the right direction because we just had this one pot of money, as opposed to segregating, and you'd have to go back and find out how much is in public art and all of that. And so while a lot of people were very comfortable with our formal methods of accounting in the past, this gives a whole lot more transparency in terms of the direction we're going in. So for the benefit of the public, I want them to understand I do think we're moving in the right direction now by having these individual accounts that didn't exist so that we can truly be transparent. So I just wanted to say that on behalf of Ms. Slayton-Dixon.
Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you, Councilmember Rowell. And I meant to mention that Ms. Slayton-Dixon, she hasn't been here not even a year, am I correct? And so we do, and she inherited a lot of inefficiencies, a lot of processes that were broken, and I just think that every time I've gone to her and sought out advice, she's been on point. And we really need to take her advice in this into consideration. And I know she supports us having an internal auditor. She does. And we also need to give her a little time to get the right skill set in here to build her team, because she's one of the most important departments in this city, because she's watching over all our money and accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one follow-up question for the sponsors of this ordinance. We are currently under an operational audit. I know we've been authorizing these operational audits of departments. So just help me understand, what would the internal auditor do that's different than what we're already paying for this go around, this year with our audits? Okay. As long as that's something that we're thinking about, because we're paying for these operational audits. I just want to make sure that we aren't paying.
So
paying
I think, if I may, Mayor.
Sure, Councilwoman Williams.
I think the difference between the internal auditor and the external auditor is that the internal auditor will speak to where you started your term as mayor, demanding a forensic audit of the finances, whereas an operational audit is really about processes and procedures.
Oh, all right, thank you. So we're back there where we started. I just want to, as a point of clarity, I didn't demand it, the people demanded it, and I think that over $500,000 missing from our speed bump fund is good evidence of that. But Mr. Clerk, go ahead and sound the next item. We're almost there.
Next item is first read of an ordinance to amend section 1-6009, departments generally, for the purpose of modifying the title and responsibilities of the Department of Communications and External Affairs, adding the Department of Public Affairs, and for other lawful purposes. Sponsored by Councilmember Williams.
This is a first read. Do we need to have any discussion about this? All right. Yeah, I think there's two competing things.
They're companions.
Companion.
They're
two
companions.
companion.
Yes, they
All
are
right.
companions.
Council, please sound the next item.
Next item is to add on this approval and discussion of Old National Day event permit.
All right, so I'm going to ask a question. That here is a place where we might be able to group 4 items or 3 items together. 4 items. They're all the same. They're permits for events. There is Old National Day, which is September 4th. There is the Fastenal 5K, which is September 10th. There is the Yeek Festival, which is September 17th. And then there is the ONMA 5K, which is mid-October. Don't have the exact date.
September the 17th.
Is the ONMA 5K September 17th this year?
Yes, Mayor.
Oh, okay. So we got 2 on the same day, the Yeek Festival and the ONMA 5K. All right. Can we take these together?
I would recommend so, sir.
If
I move that we approve all of these approvals of these events, the city events for the Old National 5K, the Yeek Festival, Old National Day, and the Fastenal 5K.
Mayor, if I might. You'd asked a question earlier. According to Resolution 2019-052, I think there's semantics from some time that goes back and forth. The first question is which one constitutes a city event, and a city event under this resolution.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I hear you.
Okay.
But before you get there, we have a motion. I didn't hear a second.
I have a second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Now we'll have discussion. Go ahead.
You'd asked earlier in the meeting this evening, Resolution 2019-052 defines what's a city event, and it's an event that the public is invited by city officials and or the administration to recognize, discuss, or address city topics, activities, events, or legislation, or its city employees, during their paid and or salaried city work hours and or city resources are used to organize and or facilitate that event. And in order for a city event to be properly authorized, then it needs to be voted by council prior to holding that event. So the question out of what was moved, what constitutes a city event, we also have a section in our ordinance under 115001 that talks about special event permits. And that's where it's tied in the parks, like if you want to do activity at parks. And then I think the council, it may have been 2 or 3 meetings or longer ago, that if it's above 250, then it needs to go through fire, police, and some other things. I think CDRA is the one that kind of heads up that process in conjunction with fire, EMS, and police, just for clarity on the record.
All right, thank you. That is somewhat helpful, but I think the point of contention that we need to resolve is, does declaring something a city event make the services offered by the city free or reduced from what they would normally be? And I know that this has been a concern. If I'm just going to call folks out if I can. This has been a concern of our parks patrol director, Mr. Williams, that sometimes we call things a city event and then people got to figure out how to make it work. And so I think what we need to decide today is, when we say something is a city event, I know they get a free stage from the Parks Department. Do they get anything else free? And before we have discussion, I would like to bring up our police chief. I misspoke earlier. I've talked to 2 ONMA presidents, and one president said that they didn't pay anything. One ONMA president said they did pay something, to get a historical information on what is normally paid for city events, and including the Zion Hill event. I wanted our police chief to speak to that, and our fire chief. Go ahead, Chief Meadows. ONMA? Right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And that was pretty much it. I had them to go through a list of all of the different events, and then we had the Atlanta Track Club event also, and they wound up paying for their personnel as well.
And so all of the officers that you see at those events, all of those are paid for by the vendor?
They're all paid for by the vendor, that's correct.
All right, Chief Jones, you want to talk about fire?
Good evening. I would actually have to check our records on those events to see if they actually paid fire anything for those.
Do you, and so you don't know, even for like the Divine 9 5K, did you all have?
We did. I don't remember any invoicing on that for us.
All right, so we got to get consistent with that.
If it was part, if I may, Mayor, if it was part of that permitting process, part of their responsibility is to present a safety plan, and that plan includes EMS and police and the personnel that comes along with it. So typically when those permits are, when they go through CDRA and they come through that process, that's typically how they hire Chief Jones's personnel and our personnel as independent contractors.
All right, so if you're not billing Chief Jones, you may want to bill if you need to. And then can I ask, Mr. Williams, is it the same with the parks, with the park rangers? Are y'all billing separately from the police, or?
Same.
Okay. So we're clear now. So there really isn't any advantage to making something a city event except that you get the park stage for free.
Well, it depends on the body. I mean,
Go ahead.
If you all decide that you want the city to absorb the cost, then you can certainly make that part of the condition. It hasn't been that way in the past, and I would just kind of caution that when you do that with one particular city event, you're kind of setting that precedent there. So.
I got you. I do think that it's again, it might be helpful if we had a calendar of events where we were agreeing to do that and we were taking more control of the event. But we don't have to decide that tonight, but I do think that's something that we should think about if there's going to be maybe 5 or 7 events where we do that. And all right, and so Councilwoman Willis.
I can say for the 5K fraternity and sorority event, Pan-Hellenic event, 5K, it used to be at Walkmore Park for 2 years. For the first 2 years, I worked with them closely. Now, I don't know what's happening now that it's over at Wolf Creek, but I work with them closely, and I work with them with Chief Meadows and then the former fire chief, and they paid for those public safety services. And I made it clear. I make it clear to anybody who wants to come in this park and work with me and collaborate that I don't get into the security plan and I don't get into paying for officers and obligating the city to pay for officers. Number one, I don't want the liability. And if something happened, I don't want them to say, Councilwoman Willis said we didn't have to have all of these officers. No, I don't want that. And I also know if we try to make it a city event, that's going to be a lot of overtime that we're going to have to pay the personnel. And if you were to go in any other city and talk to other cities, it is just not easy. It's just not that easy for you to go into cities and have big events and then obligate the city to do it. They have to go through a permitting process, and through that permitting process, in some cities, you can't even come through the permitting process unless you have talked with the police chief and the fire chief, and you have that's part of the permitting process. And I think I talked with Ms. Smoot about that I think the way we do business, it needs to change. We need a special permits department that will handle special events, people who want to come in and do filming and movies, and we have somebody under her that can navigate or help people get the proper permits they need and help them work with our public safety to get security plans they need before they even submit to the city. I do the Yeek Festival, and this will be the 5th year that it has been done. And Chief Meadows can tell you that that young lady go to Chief Meadows every year, and she has to sit down and come up with a security plan, and he recommends to her how many officers she has to pay for. Because she got mad one year about the performance of one of the officers, and she went back and told Chief Meadows, but she has to pay for how many officers he's recommending her to pay. I collaborate with her, and there are certain things that I have to pay for out of my budget, so I won't have to obligate the city. But I work closely with public safety in those instances and the city manager team. I don't think I had worked with you I can't remember, I think LaShondra worked with your team. So that's where I am. No, I don't think everything needs to be a city event. I don't even think we should obligate our city like that. I don't think we should absorb the high overtime we would have to expend by making things a city event. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Williams, are you next?
I'll yield to Councilwoman Rowell because her hand's been up.
Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you. I think we're making a problem that doesn't exist. I mean, we've gone through the permitting process. I think it's very clear that they need to continue to do a safety plan. It's a difference between us supporting as individual council members when we host the event, because whoever that partner, we've agreed that we're gonna pay this part, and I don't know that it's ever been security. You know, it might be your bounce houses, those kind of things, but I think we should continue to use the process that we've been using. I haven't heard it to be a problem, and if they've been paying for security, they need to continue to pay for security, bottom line.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yeah, and I just want to say that that event is a private event. It's not, they never requested, we're just trying to get permitting before the event comes up. Long as they do everything they're supposed to.
Got you. Councilwoman Williams.
Actually, Councilwoman Rao said, you know, what I was going to say, because I think my understanding was, at least for the National Day, was we were continuing this year what had already been done in previous years. So, right, with whatever that meant that they paid for security, they paid for clowns, they paid for sun, moon, stars. Whatever they did before is what we were continuing to do. So I never had the understanding that the city was going to be absorbing all these security costs and everything else, because my understanding was we hadn't done it previously. So I'm not sure why we think that we would do it now unless we did do it previously and I was misinformed.
Yeah, in 2018, we did do it. We took a vote, but some of it was the timing, I think, of the event and the bill that came in late. I do think that there is some confusion in our processes that needs to be cleared up. And it may be as simple as Councilwoman Willis suggested, having a special events person. Yes, again, for a third time. But I do think that it is, it might be as simple as having a special events person and a website with a very clear process. I think that some of the confusion is just the fact that if it's in a park, it goes to one department, and if it's not in the park, it goes to a different department. So the permits for park events go to the parks. Permits that are in the streets of South Fulton go to CDRA.
Oh.
So that's one thing.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm going to get let me just finish what I'm saying, and then I'll get everybody's points. So that's one problem. I have heard from officers that and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, so I'm going to take the heat and say it, that when council members get involved with an event, there is some pressure felt by officers to make it work. And that some of that has to do with the timing of the schedules and when the schedules are made out. I think schedules are made out sometimes weeks in advance or a couple weeks in advance. And if we put something on the calendar, I don't know the whole process, but I'm just saying these are some of the things that I'm hearing, that an event will be created or will be requested, and there is a challenge to schedule enough officers to staff that event because they weren't necessarily given enough time. So I think having everything in one department, having a clear published set of timelines that you can't, if you have an event, you have to start at least 60 days before the event or 90 days before the event, and just making that clear, and then making sure that police and fire are both charging for their services. I just think there's just some clarity and uniformity around the process. I will say that in the past, and some of this comes from, there was a time when we didn't have a Bureau of Cultural Affairs, and this council was the Bureau of Cultural Affairs. Now we have one. I am personally getting out of the business of paying for events. Number one, because I just can't afford it, especially with everybody in the city's asking. Is different than when I was just a council person. And I think that was the last thing, is that there have been times where either this council as a body or individual council people out of their own budgets have paid for events. And if no one else will own that, I will say I have done that. I have paid for events out of my budget. So I have been a part of that confusion. I am apologizing now. That will not happen again in the future, but I do think having that clear process somewhere on the website and one point of contact with deadlines would be helpful. Councilman Sebastian, I heard you first. Who else had their hands up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to call over the previous question. I think we're beating this dead horse a little bit.
Okay. We moved the previous question, which is to approve these permits?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Did you get a second?
I have permits for all of the events. That wasn't the motion.
What was the motion? Mr. Clerk, can you restate the motion, please?
Yes, there was a motion by Councilmember Reeves, seconded by Councilmember Williams, to approve Old National Day, Fast and 5K, Old National Merchant Association 5K, and the Yeek. He also mentioned the Yeek Festival.
Right.
We don't have permits for all of those events.
But so why do we have a motion?
Right.
Do we just want to Paul, hold on one second. One second. Don't make me bang this. We've been doing so good. I would ask if we break it up. We do have permits for Old Nat Day and the ONMA 5K. I do think that we do, unless we don't need to approve the permit does need to get approved because it's next Sunday.
There's no security plan.
Attorney Hammer, can you
and right now, I'm going to, our chief is itching to say something. Go ahead, chief.
So, all of them haven't been approved permits as of yet.
Right.
If I might be able to make a recommendation.
Yes, please. Councilwoman Gums.
I thought I still had the floor. I'm sorry, I was interrupted.
That's not what you said. I want to make a substitute motion when he.
So my question is, for these large events, I mean, we already short-staffed police officers. Who's washing the rest of the hen house? That's my concern. You know, I agree that, you know, we need security and all the other stuff, but there is other parts of the city while this big event is going on. Who's watching the rest of the city?
That's why we make it that all the officers are engaged as independent contractors. So they're doing it in their own. Right. So that helps us. We'll appoint an organizer within the police department. They'll be responsible to find off-duty police officers, staffing up the event, developing the plan, and then it comes all the way up to my office to review it and ensure that all of the appropriate ingresses and egresses are covered, traffic plans in place, and all of those things. Primarily done in officers off-duty.
Mayor, I would like to make a substitute motion.
Mr. Mayor, I never really relinquished the floor. I'm just trying to finish.
I'm going to ask if everybody would just raise their hands. I will acknowledge you. I will make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. I think I've been pretty good about that. But I'm going to go to Councilman Sebastian, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Willis. I do just want you to be mindful that Chief Meadows and Chief Jones, that there are currently 2 events scheduled for September 17th, just so you know that for coverage. Councilman Sebastian.
Mr. Mayor, I am trying to figure out what are we doing with the motion that's on the floor. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because all I wanted for us to vote on the motion that was put on the floor and seconded. Because we have had a bunch of discussion around it. So what are we doing and where we're at?
So we just heard a recommendation from our police chief. I wanted to make sure everybody got a chance to talk first.
Right.
But we just heard a recommendation from our police chief that we approve these permits pending their approval by public safety, including their security plans. And I believe that Councilwoman Willis might be about to make that substitute motion right now.
Hold on. That's what I was going to do.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Let me finish. And Madam Willis, don't talk across. Okay? That's what I'm just saying. Let me finish my thought on my statement. I was trying to get us to vote. Chief said he make a recommendation. So I want to suggest right now that we make a friendly amendment per Chief's recommendation, and we call for the vote. That's my
So amended.
There's no such thing as a.
All right, so, I mean, yeah, there actually is no such thing as a friendly amendment. There's also no such thing in Robert's rules as yielding time, but that's for another day. You're making a substitute motion.
Substitute
Council.
motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'm still a rookie. I just got here.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for a substitute motion to accept the chief's recommendation. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
It's a roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes? Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
Mayor.
All right.
Mayor.
Councilwoman Willis.
So just to be clear for the record, we have just approved that all of these events are approved pending approval of a permitting process, which is inclusive of the security plans. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. And chiefs, our fire chief and our police chief are going to get bills for each one of those plans so that the organizers have them. And with that, Councilwoman Rao.
We had one more. You didn't say fastenal, which stated.
Oh, no, it was included.
It was. We did all four.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
And with that, only 15 minutes behind schedule.
I would like to make an announcement on behalf of the Finance Department and the City Manager that the millage rate hearing will be held tomorrow at 10 a.m. Want to remind everybody that is a virtual meeting. That is the first hearing, and the second and third hearings will be next Wednesday, August 31st, the first at 10 a.m. and the second at 6 p.m. to approve the millage rate.
Which is staying the same.
Correct, staying the same.
That's the most important part.
Yeah, just want to let the public know that because we haven't gotten a lot of comments, which we typically do not, so we want to encourage the public to make comments about the millage rate.
All right. I don't think you'll get a lot about it staying the same. But all right, and with that, we have reached the end of our agenda. Does council want to make any quick comments?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I want to make a
So
comment.
we'll go down the aisle. District 1, Dr. Rao.
Good meeting, Mayor. This one and the last one.
Thank you. District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
I invited everyone to come out with Pop with the Cop on August the 25th.
I thought you had no comments.
Oh, I did say I didn't have any comments. I am tired. Pop with the Cop, where you can come out and meet our officers, help celebrate them, get in some ice cream, and have a good time over at the Butner Road Precinct on Wednesday the 25th at 6:30. We'll have a DJ, ice cream, and lots of fun. Thanks, bye.
District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
I want to thank all of the coaches who participated in the Johnny Talbert 3 heat stroke training. We had a great turnout, and I want to remind everyone about the Yeet Dance Festival that's usually festive and very family-oriented on September 17th. If you don't know what the Yeet Dance is that originated in Metro Atlanta, please Google it. It's a very popular dance. And Yeet.
District 4, Councilman Sebastian, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to again thank the women and men of the South Fulton Police Department for supporting our last coffee with a cop. It's just a case where we'll continue to go out there and let the people know that we are certainly here for them in District 4. Also, want to invite everyone to come out at our town hall meeting on the 30th of this month, and looking forward as well to inviting and seeing folks at Wilkerson Mill Park on September 24th for our District 4 Fall Festival. Thank you.
District 5, Councilman Reeves.
I just want to circle back and to thank the men and women from who won the award earlier for the Red Cross, for our staff and constituency collaborating together to save a life. And I just want to let you know, to the staff and to the constituency, that you are the best part of South Fulton. And we're going to do all that we can to make it the best place that you want to come to. And remember one thing, that I love you, and you can do absolutely nothing about it.
Police versus fire, y'all doing a kickball or something?
I'm sorry. That is absolutely correct for everybody. Please come out for Police versus Fire kickball. September the 9th, we're going to make that a 9/11 event. I want to thank you all for being involved in that, to Chief Jones and to Chief Meadows. And they both going to play. And so come on out and, enjoy this spectacular spectacle of a game. And get this, and they have a trophy to win. Oh, it's all about a trophy. Come on out. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know how you're going to follow that. District 6, Councilwoman Williams.
Live long and prosper.
All right, thank you everyone for coming out. South Fulton forever. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Do we have to?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
I move that we go into executive session for real estate, personnel, and litigation.
Second.
We can't do 15 minutes because we have the investigator that has to give us an update.
Second. Did somebody second? I'll second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Please roll call that vote.
Councilmember Rao? Councilmember Gomes? Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves? Aye. Councilmember Williams?
Can I have time to go change my clothes first? Because I got to get on the road.
Yes.
All right, yes.
We are recessed at 9:21 p.m.
Motion to reconvene.
Second.
Well, I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
I move that we reconvene.
Second.
All right, properly motion, second. Roll call vote.
Roll call vote, Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
We are reconvened at 10:27 p.m.
Was there any items that we were to make a motion on out here, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, I believe there is an action.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
I motion to authorize a limited waiver of the city's attorney-client privilege for the release of a written investigative report involving both the Finance Department, Police Chief, and District 3 Councilwoman Helen Willis.
Second.
Properly moving in second. Any discussion?
Yes. Attorney Hyman, do you know when this report will be released so that the public can be informed of the outcome?
I do not, but I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Okay. Thank you. Are we allowed to talk about the outcome now? I mean, because there were some serious allegations made against me, the police chief, and this entire council. Can we just make a basic, can you give a basic statement of what the outcome was?
Miss,
Okay.
All right, no more discussion? Roll call vote?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
That motion was approved unanimously.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
I entertain a motion that we adjourn.
So moved.
Properly moved and seconded. Roll call vote. Roll call vote to adjourn. Councilmember Rao?
Yes.
Councilmember Gums?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reeves?
Aye.
Councilmember Williams?
Absolutely.
We are adjourned at 10:29.
And I'll see you tomorrow at 10.